Welcome to Tran Plays Dead Island Riptide. This video was recorded on May 25th, 2015, and this microphone recording is done afterwards on May 29th, 2015. Or at least this segment. We'll probably have to break this off into separate segments. This is I think it's called an exhibition speedrun, and I believe what that is it doesn't skip the cutscenes. So you'll be able to see all the cutscenes and everything. Now here, I'm demonstrating, I'm just showing my previous saves. I played a lot of Riptide, practicing this. I first played the 3 characters, and then I played Perna, just practicing what my speedrun would be like. This will be my first time playing John. He's the new character for Riptide.
My grandfather fought the Japanese here in World War II and never left. Married a local girl. My father was native born and a sergeant major, so I'm second generation military. And from the time I was 10, I wanted to follow in their footsteps. I wanted to be a soldier and protect and defend this country against all enemies. Well, I did my job. Did what I was told. Always followed orders. Until the day they gave me an order I couldn't follow. You see, it's hard to describe how it feels when everything you believe in turns out to be a lie. And the people you trusted, the ones you love, die. And none of my commanders were born here. None of them knew the land and the people who lived here. None of them had to sacrifice anything. So they made others sacrifice what was dearest to them. I still can't believe I was the only one to say no, but I was the only one. I was accused of desertion and treason, and for that I was to spend the rest of my life in prison, simply for helping those I'd sworn to protect. Well, now I know who the real enemy is. This fight is not over. I swore an oath. And as far as I'm concerned, John Morgan is still a soldier.
I've already planned out the first 15 levels.
My name's Perna, and I'm going to tell you about the worst bloody holiday ever. I was at the Royal Palms Resort on Benoi, working as a bodyguard for some asshole CEO. I figured once he left the island, I'd have a good week to relax on the beach, enjoy a Mai Tai or two. But no, that wasn't to be. As I woke up one morning to discover that the goddamn zombie apocalypse had arrived. A local lifeguard by the name of Cinemoy saved my life. Soon after that, I discovered I was immune to whatever this plague was. I met a few others who were immune, and somehow we were all elected to save everybody else. There was Sam B, a one-hit wonder hip-hop star from the States. Logan, an ex-football player and full-time douchebag who never missed a chance to hit on me. And Shin Mei, a sweet little hotel clerk who was as brutal with a blade as anyone I had ever seen. Together, we went to Norsby to try to gather more supplies. And from there, things really went to hell. The army tried to contain the infection, but they were bloody useless. Benoi itself was totally isolated. It was pretty clear we were on our own. At this point, we just wanted off that goddamn island. And that's what led us to that maximum security prison. You see, some dickhead colonel by the name of Ryder White lied to get us to track down what he thought was a cure for this zombie plague. Well, that cure ended up turning White into a giant bloody maniac. Luckily, we hooked up with a prisoner who flew us out of there on the colonel's helicopter. We were off that goddamn island at last, and everyone we tried to save back on Benoi, well, they just didn't make it. Except for that little native girl, Nerima. We spotted that naval vessel just in time, as we were just about out of petrol. We couldn't believe how lucky we were to finally find a safe haven. Get your hands off me!
What the hell?
What is going on here?
Get off me!
Get it off me! Get it off!
What's with the cuffs?
Sorry, but I can't take any chances. My orders are to take you into custody and transport you to a secure quarantine area.
And who the hell are you?
Lieutenant Colonel Samuel Hardy. Don't resist and you'll be fine. We just need to be sure you don't pose a
We
threat.
no threat. The threat's on Benor. You have any idea what's happening back there?
We have an idea. We're hoping you can help us fill in the details. Especially her.
You keep the hell away from her.
Frank Serpo. I should have guessed. Are you the one in charge of this clusterfuck? Watch yourself with this guy. This freak would sell out his own mother. If he had one.
Take the immune down to the lab. The two others will come with me.
Lab?
Hey, do we look like goddamn guinea pigs
I'm a
to you?
citizen of the USA, man. I got motherfucking rights.
Back off, Serpo, but just stay out of it.
What the fuck, man?
Don't do that again. One less immune won't make any difference. Now take him to the lab.
You may have command over Palanai, but on this ship, I'm in charge and I have my orders.
Your orders are to follow my orders, Colonel. Would you like me to call your superiors?
Somebody tell me what the fuck is going on here.
Anyways, I've played out the first 15 level ups for John Morgan, the new character. I looked up some of the skills. Again, this is not my first playthrough. I played.
They have a very high tolerance, Mr. Serpo. I've already administered 3 doses.
So how much longer? You said we'd have results by now.
Sir, this is uncharted territory. We'll need another day at least.
Just be careful. We don't want him dying on us.
What about the native woman, Yerima?
That's a more complicated case. She's being taken to another location.
Don't worry. I'm keeping a close eye.
God. My head.
What the hell happened? Motherfuckers drugged us.
Who are you?
Hey, we're talking to you.
I'm nobody, really.
You've been bitten. How long has it been?
Long enough. I guess it doesn't affect me.
Are you immune too?
So it seems.
What? They plant you here to spy on us?
Right, that's why I'm beat to shit like this. It's all part of my cover.
So, they tested you too?
Yeah. I'm guessing they're trying to figure out why we're all immune to
How'd
this.
you get here?
I was a soldier before the shit hit the fan. Part of a huge humanitarian search and rescue operation. And then that civilian arrived.
Serpo.
Right. Suddenly, the military was no longer in charge, and the rescue operation was called off.
So what are they up to?
All I know is there's a naval blockade around the entire archipelago. No one's allowed in or out. Whatever the fuck is going on, there's nothing to do with humanitarian efforts. That's pretty clear.
Christ, I'm still woozy from these bloody drugs.
Oh, God, my head. Hey, where are the others? Oh, they must have taken them when I was out.
So I'm gonna get Palm Strike, and then some Cardio, which is a stamina cost reduction for fighting hand-to-hand. Critical chance for hand-to-hand. Big Boot, which is his unique ability, which is a kick hard. then I'm going to spend the rest on Fury, which is his special ability. If you're new to Dead Island, I will try to explain it as best I can.
This is a fucking dog's breakfast.
This is Colonel Hardy. The ship's been compromised. If you're down in the hold, I'm opening all the cell doors.
I better head topside, get my bearings.
There's going to be a lot of random radio chatter throughout the prologue, so I have to stop
Looks like the crew already bailed.
talking every now and then. In those first two rooms to the left is flexible hose and clamp, respectively. In my first version of my guide that I was writing for myself, it's a pretty long guide. It took me a really long time. It's 12 pages, and once I've trimmed it down heavily.
Find a weapon.
But my first guide had me go and get the flexible hose just because I want that for a mod later. Mods are things that you apply to your weapons to get a better effect.
Engine room to your copy. You have to hold that area. You hear me? We can't lose the engine room. We're losing power in the lower decks. If that happens, that entire area will be cut off. Does anyone copy this? Captain, we had to withdraw from the lower... This is the captain. If anyone's still alive, fall back to the...
In this case, I'm going to try to fall backwards, but I end up just backing against... I get thrown open by the door instead.
Have to extinguish that fire.
Alright, so Fury mode. In the upper left, you'll see his health boxes. To the left of that is a little circle, red circle. That red circle fills up. That's your rage. When it fills up, you can activate Fury mode.
Right. The way should be clear.
Whoever took care of that, you deserve a commendation. You know they
Gotta be fucking kidding me. They're already here.
When that bar fills up, you can
Really starting to get sick of this shit.
go berserk and you'll hit harder. But you have
I've
to
got to
use
find a way out of here.
the default weapon
And stay down.
that is part of their ensemble. So this guy, even though he's a hand-to-hand specialist, his Fury mode is using a staff. I believe that's because in the first game, Sam B was a blunt weapon specialist. But to make him a little different from the others, his Fury is barehanded.
Need to reach the upper decks.
And you'll notice that I used the jump kick. The blue bar beneath the enemy's health bar. Their health bar is red, their blue bar is stamina. When their stamina depletes, it has to fill up all the way before they can finish their getting up animation and begin attacking again. The jump kick will deplete it entirely. So you'll see me use it a lot. That red bar in the middle of the screen right now, that's my stamina. You can keep kicking when you're out of stamina, it just does 1 damage. You'll notice I've got about a quarter of my
Whole
Fury
damn
bar filled.
ship is filling with water.
Okay, there's some zombies in here that I've tried running past them before, but they generally catch up to me, so I go ahead and dispatch them here. Also, I'm not moving as well as I would like in this, for two reasons. One, I think I got a little nervous because I was finally recording what I've been prepping for. I played each character at least once, probably twice. I played Perna at least 3 times while writing my guide and refining it more and more every time to get more and more streamlined.
It's gonna take a miracle to get out of this one.
So let's say that's probably,
That did some damage.
let's say 7 or 8 playthroughs, and this is my 9th playthrough. So I'm a little nervous because I'm finally recording it, because I've been preparing for this. And I'm also laggy because of fraps. I noticed this really heavily during some of my jump kicks, that my timing is way off. And when I'm reloading an assault rifle later in the game, and during the prologue, I noticed that the sound is not synchronized the way I'm used to.
Oh, great! Now I've got a storm to deal with. Perfect!
There's one other effect, and that is, for some reason, the infected, that's the fast-running zombies, I think Fraps is messing with the timing or something, probably because like the FPS is lower, the frames per second is lower. during one game, it once said something like when the frames per second has changed, it changes the game's physics. Well, anyways, in this game, during this playthrough, I've noticed that the infected, they aren't standing back up after I knock them down. I think during the prologue they did, though. I'm not going to bother going back and looking for that, but later on in the game, I feel like they're not standing up when they should be. This may sound like a cheat, but they're actually very easy for me to kill, and every single time they're not standing back up, it slows me down. Yeah, so it's actually worse for me.
That.
You'll see. I'll point it out if I
The
can.
bridge or we're gonna crash.
You die, mate.
The weapon wheel is a little bit weird too. I'll point that out later. I won't be sitting at the inventory screen, so I won't be able to show it for long. Alright, I realized too late that that's not the zombie I need to deal with. This is this zombie right here. There's maybe 6 or so zombies in that area. You can skip them all if you're really fast. And if you don't shoot a gun, these zombies up ahead, they'll be too busy eating a body. If you do shoot a gun, they'll be waiting at the bottom of the box. I go ahead and pop one on the way down, just to stagger him.
Stop! What about them? They're your problem now. You can't just leave them here. They're civilians.
If I were you, I'd worry about your own survival, Colonel.
Servo! You! Get up here! Captain! Come in!
Your captain's dead, soldier!
Bloody hell, it's a rock! We're on a collision course. We have to get to the bridge.
Yeah, we got another problem!
We've got company! Shoot that blind!
Okay, after this cutscene, you're immediately handed an auto rifle. It will switch out a weapon if your weapons are full, if your weapon slots are full. You might notice that I've got 3 available slots.
Hostile spotted!
Right now I'm trying to select the weapon I want.
Here they come!
That's a suicider who explodes and hurts everybody around him.
Who's next?
You'll notice I start getting some frame rate issues here, so this is when I realize that my gameplay is going to be a little sloppier than my practiced ones because of that. Like this right here. It's choppy while you're seeing. Well, that was choppy during the recording, so it's not like the upload is bad or anything. This is how I was playing it, unfortunately. I am in the progress of getting another machine, so hopefully future videos, once it's all assembled, they'll be nice and smooth. Alright, the dog will pretty much always roar after the first shot, but the NPC is kind of throwing off my aim, so I decided to just take that into account. You shoot a thug in the face with a shotgun, he'll roar, and then you just get as close as you can and shoot him again. Alright, so when getting up ladders, I like to jump. Just give myself a little extra height when climbing up. You'll note that my fury bar is now flashing. It's ready to go. There's 2 zombies. One's on the outside of this door, and I almost miss him on that jump hit. Again, it's the lag. I know. It could probably sound like I don't know what I'm doing and I'm just bad at the game. No, I assure you it's just a lag. So here the zombies on. I'm ready for him.
Poor bastards.
So I go ahead and activate Fury. There's always this zombie, he's alive, and the Captain zombie. Those are the only 2 you need to worry about. Everything else is an actual dead body.
That's it.
We need to release the anchor! God rest his soul. Look! But Jesus! Hold on!
And that's the end of the prologue. This is one of the few games where a character that you play whose primary characteristic is that he's a soldier. he's not dressed in soldier clothing. This is one of the few games that does that. I can't immediately think of anything off the top of my head that doesn't do that. But as you saw his backstory, he's kind of an ex-soldier now, so...
Hey, wake up. You alright?
Oh, what happened? The ship must have capsized.
Get up. The ship's dead in the water. Can you walk?
Only one way to find out. Where am I?
Pal and I. But it's really not safe here on the beach. There's an infection, some sort of plague.
It spread here as well? Jesus.
The whole island's gone to hell.
Jesus Christ.
We'll talk later. Right now you need to move. Head for the Paradise Survival Camp. Look for the big treehouse. You'll find other survivors there. Take this. In the meantime, I'll see if anyone else washed up on the beach.
Okay, at this point, you have lost all your weapons, but you keep any ingredient items you found and money. So if I had picked up the flexible hose in the prologue, I keep that. The house to the left has some good stuff, but I'm going to skip that. I'm just going to grab this cleaver so I have 2 weapons. I like to throw bladed weapons. I don't think I'd end up throwing a lot in this playthrough. But in a normal game, I'm just throwing weapons left and right. I have leveled up in the top left there, but I won't be accessing my level up screen every time I get a level up. Again, I'm trying to be fast in gameplay time. So I'm instead of opening the menu every time, looking at it, I'm just gonna do it in groups. Alright, normally you're supposed to run up the ramp, but I've kind of got a faster way. At least I think it is faster. Now here I do a little weird gimmick. I side jump while I'm falling. If you don't jump, you can jump when you're falling. And that will break your momentum so that you don't hurt yourself when you fall. You can survive any height with this trick. Through the water, I was side jumping because it's kind of faster than trying to slosh your way forward. You did this in like Ocarina of Time also to go fast. Alright, so these zombies, they realize I'm here, so I just sort of side jump past all of them. Then I grab this. Unfortunately for me, because I didn't realize it, because every time I tried this practice run through, I had the money. I've got $162 right now. You need 200. So I quickly do what I can to get the money. I see, that was extremely easy. Just throw and problems are solved. This is why when I played the Dying Light game, I'm assuming that I probably followed many of these same tricks. Jump kick everything and throw your weapon all the time. Now I don't throw this bat, at least not intentionally, because the blunt weapon will kind of end up anywhere. At least the bladed weapons, I can find it on the zombie bodies. Looting is a hassle sometimes because you might see a little kick icon right there. My character just executed that zombie. It's not really a kick. It's more like a jumping punch. If you'll see it anytime I'm above a zombie. If I hit the E button, your character will fly down and kill the zombie in one hit. There's a lot of problems with that function in this game, though, and I'm pleased that it doesn't really happen in Dying Light. So I have the money, I go ahead and upgrade this. Now this is going to be my go-to weapon for a while. The nailed baseball bat. Now, it's not because like it looks cool or anything. When a zombie is down, it appears that the modified weapons have much higher chance of making their special ability work. So in this case, the special ability of the nailed baseball bat is to make the opponent bleed. In a lot of games, bleeding is kind of its weird, only iffy thing. Status effects, you can generally ignore them in a lot of games. In this case, so I don't have to stop and hit every zombie, run out of stamina, wait for stamina to recover, I can effectively hit a zombie once while he's on the ground, and he'll bleed to death, as long as my weapon is sufficiently leveled or upgraded.
Something useful?
You'll see more of what I mean as the game proceeds. On the upper right, you'll see the baseball bat icon, and there's a white bar.
I'm glad you made it.
Portion of that white bar is gone. That's its durability.
Oh, Jesus. I thought we were goners. Where the hell did you come from?
It's not important. What is important is locking this place down, starting with the bridge. It's the weakest point in our defenses.
You're not telling me anything I don't know. The bridge is our bloody weak spot. We've got some fences. Maybe securing the other entrances will slow them down. But I need you to put them up. Can you lend a hand?
All right.
I appreciate it. Grab the rolled fences and put them up in the designated spots.
I spent a little bit of time looting the bodies because you have to wait for Trevor to get back to that spot. He also has to thank you at least once, which he'll do as soon as you walk near him, whether he's walking or standing there. Now, while setting up these fences, I try to move as close as possible to the placement of where they need to be, because carrying them is slow. It doesn't really save me much time, and probably if I slip up at any point of it, it's going to cost me a lot more time than it saves. But you know, this is not trying to be a world record speed run or anything.
Man, hell to slow them down. Thanks.
I don't do any fury. Oh, here we go. You have to kind of stand in this area. About where I am is about as close as you can get to the front to trigger the next portion of the quest. I start trying to run off, but then I realize I need to wait longer until he finishes. Now I can move off.
Defend, brothers! Bucket freak!
These barrels here, you cannot detonate them. Not until the quest lets you. So there's my jump kick. You'll see me doing that a lot. Since this is a new character to me, and because I'm trying to show off John Morgan a little bit, I'll be also doing his running kick later. I do not get his uppercut though, because I've read that it has poor hit detection. Alright, you'll notice all the zombies behind me are dead. I just swing at them with the bat, and I leave. I don't waste time trying to beat them to death. I swung at that other zombie twice to make sure he was dead, because he took a normal kick and he fell down. I wasn't really sure if that would count for making bleed happen. He still had some stamina left. I trust in those two to finish off the zombies, or that particular zombie. Now, I remember how I said that the infected don't stand up. This one, I've never had to go outside the base camp to kill all the zombies, and this was just a regular walker. Infected are the running ones, and walkers are the slow shambling ones. It works out just fine because I pretty much have to tear down that fence anyways.
It was close. Struth. I was hoping it wouldn't come to that, but they would have overrun us. Now, the fences are working, but you were right about the bridge. We need to blow it. It's too dangerous. Take this flare gun and use it to ignite the barrels by the bridge.
Normally I'm out here before even the first infected shows up, but I was on the other side of that fence. I found that even though the one on the right is the first one you really see as you leave, towards the center of the reticle, the one on the left is easier to get because it's got a standing barrel. The flare gun kind of has a
Getting better.
I heard the explosion. You blew the damn bridge? Was that really necessary?
Oh, thank God you survived.
Yeah, now I owe you something, motherfucker.
Get up, you son of a bitch.
Whoa, whoa,
I owe you
whoa.
something too.
Apparently you've all met.
I know what it looks like, but I swear to God, I meant you no harm. That operation was out of my hands. It was Serpo.
So who was he?
He works for a private concern. His superiors own my superiors, and they're the ones calling the shots. I'm sorry for what they did to you, but there's no way that he
What
could...
exactly are they doing here, Colonel?
The rumour is they're trying to weaponize this plague for use as a bioweapon. Being immune, My guess is your blood is essential for their research.
You knew this, yet you did nothing to stop them.
I'm a soldier. I follow orders.
Well, soldier, here's an order for you. Go fuck yourself.
Just listen to me. I can help you. There's a military outpost in Henderson, and I know the commanding officer. They have food, water, weapons, and a way off this bloody island.
Last time we trusted the army, they threw us in a cage.
Look, I understand how you feel, but we don't have much time here. This island, it's about to be nuked.
Nuked? Yeah, we heard that same story on Benoit. Ain't no bombs fell there.
You sure about that?
This would explain all the air traffic recently. Choppers flying out with equipment crates.
That's right. They have to cover up what they've done here. And once they're through evacuating the island...
They're dropping a bomb?
Listen, I trust this asshole about as far as I can throw him. But if what he's saying is true, we should
need to get
out
off this goddamn island.
Fuck me, man.
So, Henderson it is then.
If that's the case, then we're all coming with you.
All right then, let's move. Only 5 of us are immune, so some of us should stay and defend the camp while the rest scout for a way out of here.
Good. Let's get to it.
All right, Colonel. But if you're lying to us, God help you, because we sure won't.
Okay, so this is a co-op game. You can have 4 players at a time. Oh, I'm gonna get this quest here.
If I can electrify the fences, those damn things will fry when they run into them. But I need a power source. Cables and batteries should do it. Will you bring me some?
Sure.
The cables are in a shack not far from here, and the batteries are at a camping site.
It might be worth speaking to Harlow.
I do collect a bunch of the quests. I only collect the quests I need. I know exactly what I'm doing. And I don't actually do any of those quests.
You and Hardy don't like each other very much, do you?
What's going on? We had a misunderstanding. It's not important, I'll deal with it.
That's not gonna cause any problems for the rest of us, is it? We've got enough to worry about.
Like I said, I'll deal with it. Just tell me how to get to Henderson.
The jungle's flooded from the monsoons, so I think the only way is by the sea. One of the other guys here is from Halai, and he says it's a fishing village. They should still have boats. Once you get one of them, it shouldn't be hard to reach Henderson. When are you leaving?
Yeah.
Good. The sooner you get to Henderson, the sooner we get out of here. As you can see, we each contribute to the team's safety and well-being with our own particular talents. If you bring us the right supplies, you can take advantage of our talents too.
That's our way of saying open the squad menu with, I think, L or something. That door just threw me that far back.
Checking the beach.
Perhaps I can help.
You should go down and check the beach. Something from that wrecked ship might have washed ashore. Something we can use. You should go see what you can find.
Sure.
Bless you, but be careful, okay? There are a lot of those things out there.
I'm collecting these quests for a reason. There's 2 Molotovs and a machete that I intended to pick up in here, which I did.
God damn it.
And anyways, since this is a 4-player game, they expect you to have the immunes, as they're called, walk out and do the journey stuff, quest around, kill things, save people. But it would be nice if they allowed like a bot friend or something. Because they say, okay, some of us are gonna go, some of us are gonna stay. It gets really ridiculous later. Basically, you do everything, and your character even comments on it, even if you're on multiplayer. They're like, why am I the only one doing this when you're trying to repair fences and such? Alright, so the reason I picked up electrifying is I want deodorant. No, I know, I kind of... That's my attempt at humor right there, but that is totally true. I need the deodorant. I get out here, right next to the deodorant, as close as I can to get to it. I kind of practiced that bailout. It takes some time to get the car running, and you can't look left or right while you're starting up the car. It just zooms you back facing the wheel. Anyways, I need that for a later mod. I need 2 of it, in fact. So if I end up not finding one, which I will actually later, I think, then I can I can grab another one. I can grab another deodorant.
Now you did.
So electrifying takes place around where I found that deodorant, and I can always just resume from the electrifying quest. Same thing with this guy. I'm doing this for a reason. I don't do anything in this game just because. So this guy, I'm killing the zombies around him for a reason. That thug, he just won't die though. There.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Of course I don't talk to him. There's only one side quest I complete, and this is not it. This is Halai. Your quest actually tells you to go in Halai and talk to people to look for a fishing boat, but I'm going to head straight for the fishing boat. There are a couple instances of the game where it lets you bypass a step. This is it. So I had to practice this a little bit too. If I slow down here, I can turn right past the tree, drive through this cave and fly out and land next to the marina. This would have been pretty much where I would be if I took a right instead of helping
I'm at the
Luke.
lagoon, Harlow. It's in a bad way. Totally overrun. Once I clear out the infected, I'll see if I can find a boat.
Unfortunately, I messed up the parking here. And in fact, I remember messing up here during this recording. I guess I got a little flustered, and I do the wrong things. We're gonna see it. I try to make the best of it though. I was trying to find a blade to throw, but I guess I ended up having a wrench in my hands or something, and a nail gun and a bat. I'm not sure if I had a wrench. I know I feel like I just picked up one from the body just there, but whatever the case is, I didn't have a bladed object in my hands. Alright, so I figure I'm going to try to take a shortcut here, and that's what gets me. Because I deviated from the path I practiced, because I thought, oh, I can just do that. I can just avoid that hut, because some infected break out of that hut. You can see the door getting bashed. I'm not exactly sure what triggers the door flying open, and maybe it hadn't bashed open because Fraps is running and it's making the game work a little weird. Right, there's one bleach. I need 2 bleach for one of the mods. Now, I don't realize that I'm skipping part of the quest, because you're supposed to realize that the boat is missing an engine. This is where you get the engine. I realize it when I find out that the zombie that I kick or attack is not a zombie, it's just a body. So I grab that, I need that. I grab that bleach. And no, that's not a body. And I go, oh crap. So at this point I'm not exactly sure what I'm supposed to be doing. And then I decide I'm gonna go load checkpoint.
I'm at the lagoon, Harlow.
That's
It's
not
in
the
a
right
bad
checkpoint.
way. Totally overrun.
So I select electrifying because I'm in a hurry.
So
I load
clear out
checkpoint.
I'm at the
This is
lagoon,
where I
Harlow.
appear
It's in
if
a
I load
bad way.
electrifying.
Totally overrun.
This is where I jumped
Once
out
I
of the
clear
car.
out the infected, I'll see if I can find a boat.
And I'm thinking, this is not the right place, is it? As I get in the car.
Finally. Jesus.
So I try to make the best of it. I mean, So up ahead is where I would free Mugambi. I could have just loaded this checkpoint from Mugambi and I'd be right here. So this is why I've been doing the quests, or collecting the quests. I can load the checkpoint and appear kind of where the game thinks I should be for the progress I've made in that quest. I realize that guy's been killed by my kick, because I remember I saw a trace of green item.
I'm at the lagoon, Harlow. It's in a bad way.
This
Totally
is Luke.
overrun.
The guy
Once I
kinda
clear out the infected, I'll see if I can
drove
find a
in a
boat.
circle to get. I have to redo that portion of the Merrick's Marina. Also, the first 30 minutes of this recording, of the microphone recording, I didn't have my pop filter in place, so I apologize for that, and hopefully it won't be too distracting. I don't think it'll be too bad.
Ooh, that had to bloody hurt.
Alright, if you look at that door ahead, you should see that's kind of getting some dust. Sorry, right there. That's why I veered further to the right. I thought maybe I could avoid some more infected. So I start to do it again. I don't know. I'm going to follow the path. And that's John Morgan's kick right there. His kick, if you're running and then you kick, it sends them flying.
Yeah.
Normal.
Yeah, it's fine. Oh, bloody hell. Now I need to find the engine.
Normal normal survivors, their kicks don't do that. It just does what happened here. Just a regular kick. The running part doesn't matter. I kicked those two bodies next to the boat because they come to life. There are a couple instances in the game where zombies are totally corpses. They're just regular corpses until a trigger event happens, and then they become prone walkers is what I call it. Prone bodies. It's where they're not a corpse, they're just a zombie waiting for you to get close. Kicking them early makes it so that it never happens. They never change into a living or undead being. And I grabbed an extra bleach because there's a possibility that I might be able to make 2 of that mod. And let me double check something while I repeat that section. Yeah, I actually do need 4 bleach. In fact, that must be why. I actually do need 4 bleach for 2 bleach for one mod and 2 bleach for another. Alright, so this was the plan. I needed to deal with that guy. There's 2 more zombies in here. I make sure that I handle them. But I'm still recovering from my mess up. I'm just like kicking myself right now. So by doing that, I end up missing this kick. So I'm still kind of thinking, and then I realized, oh, it's so dark, you guys aren't going to be able to see anything. Grab the engine, chuck it. I need 1 more barbed wire, it's down there. I know where all the items are from this practice. I kind of dropped in here a couple times to rehearse this part. But I didn't want to loot the whole room. There's a bunch of stuff in here that if you're playing the game normally, you'll want all of it. Just because of nothing else. Now, I'll be pitching this thing regularly, because it's faster than walking with it. That chest that I ran past is locked, that's why I had a different icon on it. There was that flashing thing that just happened, a suicider must have fallen while it was chasing me. That's those pulsating guys, like, with weird growths on them. They pretty much kill you if you're next to them when they explode. They do have a slow explosion timer, and they don't walk fast. They're also very noisy. So in these ways, it kind of makes them more fair. That's why people don't really complain about them as much as they do in Dying Light. They complain about them a lot in Dying Light. People do.
Get in the hang of this.
And I can understand why.
I've secured a boat, Harlow. Fingers crossed that road is still intact. I'll let you know once I'm over there.
Okay, good luck.
Okay, I've never hit that pier before, but again, with fraps running, my controls are a little bit wonky. So when I had meant to just tap a little bit to the right, I ended up not doing anything at all. So I slammed into the pier. In order to exit the boat on the right side, you hold down going right, you hold down strafe right as you press your interact button. And you'll exit on the right side. Otherwise, you'll pretty much default to exiting on the left. Now, the game expects you, I feel like, to use the boat to sail all around the map to get here. But I feel that it's faster to land as quickly as possible and run to the destination. Alright, that little flashing thing, there's a little flashing thing next to the stamina bar. Looks like 3 claws or something. That means that my weapon is about a quarter left durability. Oh, I also wanted to tell you, and I'll have to do it after the cutscene actually.
Oh, so much for the road. Henderson. So close, and yet so far. No point in going this way, Harlow. The bloody road's gone, it's washed out.
Damn it. I was hoping we'd catch a break.
Yeah, not likely. Any suggestions?
Head back to Halai and see if they know another way to Henderson. It's the only real choice at this point.
I'll see what I can do.
Had to wait for the radio transmission to finish. Otherwise, I think I'd have to go back to the bridge. So there's a Mugambi. This is why I freed him. Or not freed him, I killed those zombies around him. Now, durability. If you repair a weapon as soon as you damage it, you have to pay a decent chunk of money. I went and created a table for myself. I used 2 sets of purple brass knuckles, I think like level 56 or something. And I beat a body next to a workbench. I hit it like 114 times or something, with each knuckle writing down the cost it would be to repair. They had the exact same durability, so this made it easy. But they had differing dollar values, so I could have a little bit more variability in my data. Otherwise, it'd be the exact same numbers every time. You know, if one weapon costs 5,000 and one weapon costs 1,000, I could kind of see a pattern. If they both cost 5,000, I might as well just hit the body with one knuckle, one set of brass knuckles.
I need a different way into Henderson, mate, because there is nothing left of that road. You give me an assist now, and hopefully I can return the favor down the line.
There's one brother who might be able to help you, but he's been gone for ages. We don't even know if he's still alive. Shame too, because he meant a lot to the people here. Saved a lot of souls. He's a missionary named Marcus Villa. He's not local, but he knows the island like the back of his hand. Anyway, when we ran out of food, he went to fetch some from a store not far from him. That whole area was overrun early on though, so like I said, he could be dead.
Absolutely.
Go look for Marcus. He's the only one who knows another way to Henderson.
So you want to repair. The most cost-effective way to repair is between 63 and 77% durability remaining. If, for example, $4,000 knuckles to repair after you hit once costs $900. To repair after you hit twice costs $3 more than that. Interesting fact, if you have a sniper rifle, you can climb that water tower I just passed. Just look for that ladder when I started talking. And you can shoot the monsters in here, including the boss monster. I have a different strategy that I'm going to use in this round because I am not using a New Game Plus mode, or whatever you want to call it. A continued character mode. I also quickly, as quickly as I can, set up my weapon wheel. So I'm going to aim at the top and throw it. This will hit both zombies and save me a little bit of trouble. Now the weapon wheel works in a weird way. You would think that it works like maybe like a clock. Like if your fists are default, you can't do anything with them, then starting at the fist, wheeling up or down one way or another, you'd go from the bottom left, to the top left, to the top, like a clock, you know? Or the other way maybe, whichever. No. I'm going to assign these numbers. Bottom left is number 1. You start with this slot. The top middle is number 2. You also start with this slot. The bottom right is number 7. You also start with this slot. This leaves the side weapons and the top diagonal side weapons as slots you have to unlock by getting levels. Then you can equip more weapons to these slots. The top left is 4. The middle left is 6. The top right is 3. And the middle right is 5. So if you start from the fist and work your way clockwise, it goes 1, 6, 4, 2, 3, 5, 7. That's the order your weapons will be if you use the weapon wheel.
Thank you for saving me. Did the goat send you? Yes, of course they did. I knew they would deliver me. My disciples did not share my faith, which is why they are now carrion. I tried to warn them, but would they listen? No, they would not.
I assume you're this Marcus bloke I was sent to find?
Ah, si, Marcus Villa is my name. And to whom do I owe my eternal gratitude?
I'm Captain John Morgan. I was told you know the way to Henderson.
Henderson? Yes, of course I know the way. You just went and fought those things? What if they beat you? Weren't you afraid?
Nope, I'm immune to the virus that caused all of this.
Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Are you the only one who is immune?
There are 4 more like me. We set up a base of operations in Paradise.
Paradise? Yes, I know what that is. You are truly a blessing from the goats. Amazing. I'm afraid I need to ask you for one more favor, however. Just one more. My flock will survive this, for they are blessed people. Man can do nothing to us. Now then, there is a place where we keep our provisions, but it is overrun with the infected. Bring them to me, and I will tell you how to get to Henderson.
Yep.
Good. Bring me the good stuff. Go, get the things.
So that if you end up switching weapons, the order would be lower left, top middle, top right, top left, middle right, middle left, and bottom right. That's how your mouse wheel, that's the default key anyways, would cycle through the weapon. So if you hit the next weapon button, that's the order it goes in. Very weird. Also, I'm not mashing enter or anything to accept the quest quickly. I'm letting it appear only for a little while so you can see it. Know kind of just get a glimpse at what I'm getting as a reward, that kind of stuff. But I'm not going to leave it there because you don't really need it. I don't feel it contributes to your viewing experience in a speedrun.
Hey.
This isn't in my guide. I just decided I'm going to sell a couple things real fast because I was short on money in the beginning of the game.
Do you need anything? Without your help, I won't be able to find them. My name's Maggie, and my group left a while ago. They went to find a place that was safer than this shack. They were headed to Henderson. Once they found a new place, they were supposed to send someone back for me, but I haven't heard anything from them. Hopefully nothing bad has happened to them, but I'm so worried. Can you please look for them?
Sure.
You're a godsend. They were supposed to stop at a treehouse in the jungle. Perhaps you can start there. Please go look for my friends.
Okay, this is one of the most annoying quests because you get it early but you don't finish it till late. I'm not going to finish it at all in this playthrough. I do talk to Maggie for a reason though, and that's to load the checkpoint for Maggie's quest. What loading a checkpoint does is it just warps you to that location. There is a duplication glitch that is associated with it. I haven't tried it out. There's also, I think, a Fury glitch where you can drop your weapon. I have not tried that either. And I think you can duplicate a weapon by throwing it, which carried over to Dying Light. I saw that zombie had a knife, so I kicked her as fast as I could. You kind of learn to watch for that, having played the first Dead Island. Even if you don't see the weapon, you kind of get used to the posture that they adopt when they're about to throw a weapon at you. And your first response is to duck out of the way. Or at least that's how I learned. And that zombie just kind of flopped over because it's getting into his disguise mode, and I just happened to see it before he entered it, I guess. So that would be a prone zombie. This is the way to the infirmary for a side quest. I'm just taking this way to avoid the infinitely spawning infected. They spawn up to 3 at any time. You kill one and it replaces. I think I get grabbed here. Yeah, there was a zombie that was on the floor and he grabbed me really fast. At least I thought he was on the floor. There's another group of infinitely spawning infected to the upper right. Try to dodge them by running through this lower area here. Now, if I were to try to do a super fast speed run, I'd probably pick the assassin. She's the bladed weapons expert, and she gets Fury very fast, gets another Fury boost, a Fury speed boost. All right, so I think I don't do this section too fast. Unfortunately, this is where I level up. I was kind of planning on doing it, but this is kind of annoying this early in the game that you have to fight a boss thug. Now you see that I can attack them with the little E key. That'll make my character go flying, and as I said, it gets kind of bonky in this game. Your character will jump, and after he hits them, he just keeps sliding for a while. You do not have control of your character until he comes to a complete stop. It's very weird. In this case, I happen to pull it off twice in a row successfully. Like, you'll kill an enemy, but you end up just sitting there while the game tries to figure your position out. Try to hit these guys once each to knock them back down. If you hit an enemy while they're not in an active standing position, they lose all their stamina. That's why I shot that guy with a shotgun in the very beginning of the game as I was jumping down. This game is guilty of a lot of slow-mo, just like Dying Light. Unlike Dying Light, I think when you're killing a zombie, you only get the slow-mo if it's like the last aggressive zombie in that particular area, group, or section, quest, whatever. It seems to be the pattern, so you can kind of tell you've cleared the area, or at least removed all the aggressive zombies when you get slow-mo. I think in Dying Light, you often get it when you know, every now and then, just for decapitating an opponent. Unfortunately, the fists have a much shorter range, so I knew I couldn't really get in there and grab the blade and punch him in the face as easily as I could. So I leave the blade in this case, and I start punching him. Because the worst he can do is bite me or headbutt me or whatever it is he's doing. As you can see, it's taken me a while. Now, you might think like, oh, you haven't been leveling or something. Yes, that's true. But my character in this game, your enemies are the same level as you. When they released the patch for the original Dead Island, it was left in as an option. Like, you could have the enemies scale with your level. I don't think that's an option in Riptide, so they're going to scale with my level no matter what. So if I level up, if I just grind zombies, grinding as a term to do nothing but kill them for XP constantly. Oh, I have to run to the entrance here. This is not an accident. I have to run to the entrance here. You see the little white flag on the bottom right mini-map? It's gone now. I have to reach the entrance in order for Marcus to talk to me. Warping here, you're not expected to warp. He won't talk to you.
Here you go. Now tell me how I can get to Henderson.
I have to talk to him again.
You are truly a blessing from the goats. And now I will help you. There are Japanese bunkers and tunnels from World War II scattered across the island. And some of them should be accessible. One of the tunnels will lead you to a highway that directly connects to Henderson. I have maps in my hut, in the jungle near a village. One of them will show you the way.
Why don't you live in Halai?
I live to serve the people of Halai, but I prefer to live near the natives. I draw such strength from them. They have a rich culture, and I have learned so much. So much hidden knowledge, you see? But I ramble on. You must be in a hurry to leave.
Yeah.
I wish you luck, my friend.
Alright. What was I talking about? I had remembered after doing the I need to run to the front gate business, but then I forgot while Marcus was rambling. I'm going to think about that. But I'll go ahead and continue the next thing I want to talk about. I grabbed the oleander there, if I said that right. It's for a mod, obviously. There are 5 crafted weapons I create in the game, or upgrades, basically. I did the nailed bat. That's the first one. Barbed claws is what I'm using now. You can tell when these floating bodies are actually aware zombies by looking at them with a melee weapon. That's a close combat weapon, if you're not familiar with that term. If they are an active zombie, your cursor, your reticle, will kind of stick to them. It won't work if you've got a gun. If you're looking at a zombie that's just a body and not an attacker of any sort, it won't stick to them. So you see how the cursor's kind of moving with this chick as she wails her arms about? Alright, so I help Stanley. My jump kicks, as I said, are a little bit off from the lag. Like, I do these jump kicks for an entire game. As I said, this is like my 9th playthrough, and I use jump kicks as my weapon, my primary weapon for it. Up until the point I get guns, I guess. I still use it though. I guess I got a challenge finished here. That'll adjust how my level is, and that's fine. Oh yes, it was about levels. I don't think that's an option in the game where I can disable level scaling. So if I level up to like 60, all the zombies are going to be 60.
Right. Who is that? If you're looking for Marcus, he's not here.
I need to get something from his heart. It's very important.
No one is coming in here. My brother is deathly ill. You understand?
Come on, kid, open the gate. I don't have time for this.
We were fine until you people came here. Now look what you have done. What you have unleashed. You want my help? Then you will help my brother.
What's wrong with him?
His temperature keeps changing. 1 minute he has a fever, the next he is hit with chills. And he gets the shakes. You bring him some medicine and I will let you in.
You got it.
Once you bring the medicine, I'll open the gate.
I can load the checkpoint here because there was an action I did, which was talk to him. There's a radio transmission that comes in after you talk to him.
Hello, it's John.
But here it is.
I'm going to need some medical assistance. Nah, I'm good. But I need to find out what's wrong with someone else, though. He's sick.
Hold on, I'll get Dr. Hanson.
Break your other arm.
I hear you need to help someone who's sick. But what's wrong with him?
You need to walk me through this. The kid's got a fever, chills, and the shakes.
Sounds like the beginning stages of malaria. I never got all lost in the monsoon. This Jesuit spot in the Sincona trees. There's a grove of them on a hill near the destroyed road. Once you have the bark, tell him to chew on it.
Okay, thanks.
I got in that car. It only saves me like 2 seconds. I kind of timed it. If I were to run directly from my waypoint checkpoint, like I said, I would lose 2 seconds. That's not a huge deal.
This will be useful.
But anyways, even if the zombies were level 60, the loot, most of the loot, some of the loot at least, is going to be level 39 max. And I can only get certain weapon types in this area, on this map. Think of like a weapon drop table or item drop table. It's not going to drop me assault rifles and stuff in this map. So I'll be fighting level 60 zombies with crap weapons. This is
been down here since SAS training.
This is a cave that could give you some problems, especially if you're trying to rush through it. I was checking to make sure the entrance was still clear, because I ran past a bunch of zombies at the entrance. Alright, so that bar in the middle top, that's my combo multiplier. If I reach them, if I fill it up, I get another times 1, times 2, whatever, for my XP values. I feel that zombies in this game are a little bit more polite than zombies in Dying Light. I believe. Now, I haven't really tested this too much because I try to avoid it, but when you get grappled in this game, the zombies, they can't hurt you. And when you fall down in this game, the zombies, they just sort of back off and try to go back to their original positions. I think in Dying Light, when you're grappled, there's other zombies around you still keep beating you up. Alright, so I've got 2 pieces of bark for this quest, which is to help a guy with his malaria. I don't need the car. I mean, it's going to be a short distance from here. Unfortunately, my stamina is low. Check my weapons real fast. It looks good. 2-bladed weapons and my knuckles. You'll note that when I stop running, it's because I know there's about to be enemies ahead. So I kind of get ready to deal with it. In this case, they haven't really noticed anything, so I just run right through their meal. That dead body that I ran over doesn't look like any sort of animated body, any animated model. So you can rest assured that those will always be just a decoration. I'm not worried about that suicider because I grabbed a bark and leave. Here's Stanley, the guy I freed. I don't have to travel back, and this will be a fast travel location later, but it is not unlocked as a fast travel location now. I screw up here, I remember this. It will sound like an excuse, but I really do believe that the choppiness is really throwing me off on my acrobatics, because I've never done that before. It just seems so weird.
Hey, this bark will help your brother. Now let me in.
What is this? No medicine?
No, mate, no. It's a natural remedy.
You need to talk to my father. He will decide what to do.
Because I think I was pressing...
Use this to help your boy.
What is this? The bark of a tree. I was expecting aspirin or antibiotics. I can go find my own tree bark.
Mate, this is medicine. Trust me.
If this doesn't work, I will come for you. Now what do you want?
I need a map that belongs to Marcus.
Those are his things. Take whatever you want.
I think I didn't register pressing spacebar the first time, so I kept
Damn it,
smashing
this isn't a map of the tunnels. It's just part of the... Well, this isn't the map I was looking for. Does he have anything else around here?
No, and I warn you not to be friends with that man.
Well, I only talked to him because I needed his help.
His help? He doesn't help anyone. He's evil, that one. Pure evil. That's why the elders chased him away. I heard that he wanted to recreate the old rituals. The old, terrible rituals of the distant past. He was warned that those rituals only unleash evil, but he wouldn't listen. He kept trying and trying, and then the elders finally had enough. They banished him, told him never to come back.
What do those rituals do? What was he hoping to accomplish?
I need to care for my son. You want answers, you get them yourself, from Marcus.
So as a result, I think I ended up landing on the dock and then jumping right off. Again, I'm used to making that jump. This will actually cost me a life later. I will fall to my death.
Listen, I'm a movie director. I was filming my next movie here, and shit, this goddamn thing's it's been cursed from the start. The crew is still at the set. We were shooting this horror movie, see? And then those things attacked. Christ, I had to leave them. Anna and Mark. Wait, the camera. You've got to recover my camera.
How can I help?
Go to the set, find my crew, and recover the camera. Will you do that for me?
All right.
All right, make damn sure you get that camera, all right? Oh, and the battery. Don't forget the battery.
You need to talk to this guy in order to unlock the area that the quest is in. You can walk to the area that the quest is in, but it's going to be barricaded. There's going to be this metal sheet over the door, so you can't walk in. I'm going to run there now. Again, using the electrifying checkpoint, which is, if I complete it, it'll make the fences at the base shock zombies. I'm not worried about that, though. I was kind of surprised that he survived that throw. I'm not used to zombies infected surviving a throw. Infected, I believe, are weaker than their walker counterparts. They run fast, they can have some limited climbing, but they are not as sturdy. Alright, so I'm running in here. I don't have any intention of doing the quest, so this will be a real quick entry. This is called a dead zone. Dead zones are small mini dungeons, basically, that repopulate its items and its zombies every time you enter. Same spots, everything. You need to go through these dead zones to find blue items called rare modification parts, but they don't actually modify anything. You don't get to use them for any recipes. I just come in here and grab that chainsaw. Now I need to load the checkpoint multiple times to get out. One to get to the entrance, one to warp out. You're supposed to head back to Halai, find out Marcus isn't there, but this is one of the few instances you can skip that. In most cases, you pretty much have to follow the linear
The
story.
village here has been absolutely devastated.
I realize that I'm not at Heavenly Gift, so I make sure I'm there. Double check my gear. If you hold down the interact button, instead of just grabbing it, you'll swap the equipped item. That's what I was doing there. I was swapping my machete for the better one, so I don't have to open my inventory. Not sure if it really saved me any time the way I did it. I heal
Olive's
up.
not here. She went out to look for something.
Olive's gone. I don't know where she went.
Damn, this is bad.
He brought us gifts.
I know there are immune among you. Step forward and honor the gods. With your help, we will conquer the evil that has infected Palanai. You are the key that can save humankind.
You're out of your mind, mate. Get a grip.
Don't you see? You immune are the cure for this pestilence. And if you will not step forward and sacrifice yourself for the good of all, then you shall suffer a trial by fire. We must feast on your flesh to ensure the future of the human race.
Now, I tested this. The first time I played, I did all the quests and everything that I could for the team quest. You see in the top right here. But that's what the rare modification parts are for. You turn those into your buddies and they get stronger. And your team gets more hit points.
Sorry, I think this radio was cutting out.
After the first time I did
We
it,
need you back at
it
Paradise
seemed easy enough.
immediately.
Oh God, I'm on my way.
And I decided that it wasn't really worth doing. So for the other 7 playthroughs, 8 playthroughs, or whatever, you know, assuming that the first one I did it, and this is the 9th, you know, leave 7. The other 7 playthroughs, I did not touch the team quests. I wanted to make sure that I could easily do this with minimal gear, minimal levels, and no team levels, so that they have my team has the weakest hit points. Now, I'll admit, I died a couple times during my other playthroughs. I had never lost the siege before. I do this time. Again, I feel that I'm telling you this, that I really think that Fraps running is hindering my ability to perform well. And also, yeah, I'm a little nervous doing this. Not trying to just, you know, make you feel sorry for me or buy excuses. But it did catch me by surprise, and I was a little more than a little annoyed here. So this is where stuff like my bleeding claws comes in handy. Hit them and I go. I don't need to do anything else.
Oh man, we got more of these assholes.
These sieges, they work in waves. So, and that one, for whatever reason, he doesn't come out. So I throw the machete I grabbed from the bar. That's my most expendable item. I have these throwing knives here that are cheap.
All of it!
Wait,
We don't
But
have time for this. Get your ass back here. Holy shit.
But I'd rather hold on to them. Again, I think that the reason that that zombie just stood there is because perhaps it's changing the game just a little bit. And in every way it changes it, it just makes my speed run take longer. I'll point out more instances of it, of the game behaving oddly as we go. By the way, I'm not trying to complain or anything. I am just reporting it, letting you know. I'm not running any mods on this thing and on the game. This is a completely vanilla game with the latest patches as of May 20 or May 15th. Or May 25th. Yeah, I was right the first time.
Here they are. Let's give these fuckers a flogging. Don't let them get behind you.
I was checking for the sickle I just picked up, but it's too high of a level, so it's in my inventory instead of my weapon slots.
Here they come.
There is no friendly damage when it comes to physical attacks like this. If I were to throw explosives, I think it does hurt them. At the very least, I know if I throw a Molotov at them, they'll start doing the I'm on fire dance. I believe as a result of failing the siege, I stopped jump kicking so much and I start using John's running kick more. I can't see him, so I had no idea how far he was. This thing in front of us is a floater. He's resistant to toxic damage. I believe he's supposed to be resistant to firearms, but generally you can still kill him in a couple headshots. In the original Dead Island, guns did not do much damage to zombies. You could shoot a zombie in the head and it would do maybe, I don't know, 20% more damage, if even that. So you wouldn't have to end up shooting a zombie in the head like 10, 15 times just to kill it. In this game, you can shoot a zombie in the head twice, it'll kill it. This is with a bad weapon, mind you. Obviously, with something like a upgraded sniper rifle or something, it's gonna pop him one hit. Alright, so when stopping to grab snacks, you should keep an eye on your minimap like what I was doing. I just happened to screw up kicking him.
It's dead for good.
This boss, the final boss of the siege mode, as far as I know, and I've only started paying attention to it a couple times, he always drops a blue fire axe, but the minimum level is 35. I think I'm like level 20 right here, and the chainsaw that I picked up from the horror movie set, the Dead Zone, that's like minimum level 25 generally. These items will of course level up with you as you go through the game. So if I were to do this mission at level 60, that fire axe would be level 60. If I enter the horror set with being level 60, the chainsaw would be level 60. You can only upgrade an item that is 100%. So I kind of glanced at the upgrade, so realized I do need to repair it. It's at 7%. I've taken this as an opportunity to upgrade it to the max.
Don't let him get behind you. We're up Shit's Creek now. Here they are.
Thugs in this game, just up here, I don't have anything to, like written data to back that up, but with my playing experience, I feel that the thugs in this game are a lot harder to cripple or sever limbs off of. However, the guns, and here I feel like my weapons back is a little funny. But anyways, see, I wasn't sure I picked up all the weapons, so I kind of hung out near him longer than I thought. Or longer than I needed to. Anyways,
hurry, Harlow, we're running out of time!
Even though thugs are a little bit sturdier in this game and harder to deal with, guns have been improved significantly from the original game. I did kind of look up to see if there were any speedruns of this game, and I saw one title of like a guy who kind of glitched the game to do his. So mine doesn't have any glitches. It does use the load checkpoint feature, but it doesn't. I don't use glitches like, I don't know, weapon duping or anything like that. I think for players, what counts as a glitch or exploit varies between players and their sense of fair play. In this case, I feel that load checkpoint is a little bit quirky, but because the game uses a checkpoint system rather than a save file system, they expect you to use it as you need to get, not necessarily as fast travel as what I'm doing, but just to reset things. Because zombies, they refresh. If my checkpoint lands me right in front of a zombie, that zombie will always be there. I can load the checkpoint, kill the zombie, and then load the checkpoint, and that zombie will be back. That is a flaw in this game, in that the game, this is what I wanted to say at the bridge, I think it was. During the fade out and fade in processes, like you're loading an area or cutscene ends, everything is still running in the game. You can still get hurt. So when you're exiting a dead zone, there's a good chance that you're gonna have a zombie grappling you by the time you can see. Alright, so this is the last guy, Mr. Dead. He's supposed to drop the fire axe when he goes down. You note that he appears to be level 25, so I'm guessing that's what level I am right now. I realize that I have the... Oh, there's some more bad guys on the minimap. I picked up deodorant there, and I note that. I mean, like, I didn't write it down or anything, but I paid attention to that. I realized, oh, I don't have to get more deodorant. That's the second one. That's all I need. Exiting an area into another map, getting the loading screen, will make all the items respawn as well. So if you want an infinite chainsaws, go into the dead zone, load the map by doing so, leave the map to the real jungle map, I guess, and come back in. This is how you would farm dead zone items, because you need 3 of everything, which I think is not a good thing. Because all it means is you just have to, I would assume pretty much every player would end up just walking in and out, in and out. So most of my weapons, they seem to hit Logan here. I'm throwing them and they don't hit the bad guy. They still stick in him, but they don't do as much damage as they should be as a result. Because of that, Logan dies. I remember that it happened right after I kind of backed away from him.
I wish I could fight like that.
I was pretty frustrated at this point. I'd never had that happen. And here it happens while I'm trying to do my speedrun, while I am giving you my recording of how awesome I'm supposed to be. So I'm a little frustrated at this point. I think at this point I decided I'm just going to start kicking the crap out of everybody.
You want some more?
So there I kind of confirmed that I can do a running kick on the prone body. That other zombie I kicked on the wall, I think she pretty much splattered on impact. Working out my aggressions through kicking.
Shit's creep now.
Piss me off.
If you hit these guys from behind, they generally stagger, so you don't have to worry too much about them. Otherwise, they can shoot a puke projectile at you, like a grenade, and act like a little flamethrower if you're kind of in a forward arc around them. They're called floaters. They are not that dangerous. In the original game, if you hit them with throwing weapons, because of their unusual size, they would clip through the world and your weapons would go with it. I think in Riptide they fixed that, because I feel like I threw some weapons at a floater. He fell through the world, but my weapons stayed on the map. Like, it didn't travel with his body through the map. So they kind of fixed it in a weird way. And perhaps that should be the lesson you take from these solutions that Techland is doing. It's fixed, but in a weird way. Like, floaters will still fall through the world and die. So he could be totally healthy, he'll just fall through the world and die. But at least your weapons don't go with it this time. And that's really what anybody cares about. You're not going to see me use a lot of medkits, because I'm not going to find a lot, so I kind of have to use it sparingly.
I'm outside the door. Stand aside so I can come in.
There's the fire axe.
Find my way in.
It doesn't matter what you're doing at this point, so I just take the time to loot and eat. Because you just have to wait for Harlow. You could be anywhere, it doesn't matter, but I show you where she's coming from. This gate is normally open. It doesn't really lead anywhere though. Just back to the beach where you started.
Get outside!
So what do we do now?
We continue with the plan, of course. Show me the map. Christ, is this it? What a mess. Apparently these are the entrances. Even so, they're both in the flooded area, right?
Yes. These entrances are inaccessible.
I wouldn't necessarily rule them out. They might still be useful. Here's Kessler's place. He might know something about the tunnels. I mean, he did work with Villa, right?
What if he's just as crazy?
Kessler's not Villa. He's a real scientist. And if he's still alive, I'm sure he'll help us. I was originally sent here to consult with him. He's been studying the disease for years. He published a paper on it. And if anyone here knows about the tunnels, it's Kessler.
And why exactly didn't you tell us all that before?
Because Villa said he had a map, and I wasn't even sure Kessler was still alive. Look, if you're all too afraid to go, I'll go on my own.
Listen, if Harlow say he cool, then I say we check him out. I mean, what other choice do we got?
Well, we could stay here and party and enjoy the last little bit of life we got left.
Yeah, you do that, Wayne. Me, I'm going with.
All right then. Kessler it is.
Fine. I guess I'll just have to bring the party with.
Oh, no, I don't...
Now, she's going to give me a crap item here because I'm moving too fast. She's supposed to give you, I think, like a blue club. I don't really know how to pronounce the name.
We need to talk about Dr. Kessler. I know you're worried about Dr. Kessler, but he's not like Marcus. Dr. Kessler spent years assisting the World Health Organization and did groundbreaking research on how viruses mutate when they come into contact with external factors. And sure, he might be a tad eccentric, but who isn't these days?
I'll go, but I hope you're right about him. I really do.
Trust me, he's a good man. He wouldn't harm a fly. Are you ready to go?
Why not?
Good.
They keep us...
I wish I could fight like that. Come on upstairs.
The way it's spelled, this is the way I believe it's supposed to be pronounced. Shalalag. Shalalag? I don't know. It's some sort of club, and I apologize for being ignorant in that aspect, and that I don't know what cultural significance it may hold, and even how to say it. But she's supposed to give you that. I'm not sure why she ends up giving me the knife, and in this case, this is like the pier thing. I'm here tapping D because I don't want to strafe too far to the right. I don't want to turn my car too far to the right, or I'll slam into the other wall. But in this case, it's just not being as responsive as I want the game to be. Anyways, she gives me a white knife. I think it's because I enter the horror movie set or do a lot of quests or some things But she consistently gives me that knife instead of the actual quest reward. That's okay, because I'm not counting on the quest reward. All the weapons I use in this game, I know exactly when I will get them, and I'm ready for it when I do get them. Oh, and completing a challenge awards you a large amount of XP. If you were to try to replicate this speedrun, your level would be different because you'd be completing a lot of different challenges than I would.
Found Kessler's outpost.
All right, find a way in.
Better keep my guard up.
In this case, since I've played this through so many times, you're not seeing a lot of challenges.
Let's see if he answers. Dr. Kessler, open the door.
Who is it? What do you want?
I really need your help, Kessler. It's extremely important.
I am busy doing serious research here. I have no time for visitors. Leave me be.
Sir, it's about your research. I read your study on the Kuru disease. It was bloody brilliant. That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
I swear I can't get a moment's peace around here. Very well, come in.
This game follows the same sin as Dying Light in it, that they always keep talking to you when they're not around. Or that they talk to themselves all the time. There's just too much pointless talking, I guess.
What have we here? What the hell? I need information about the tunnels from the war. Specifically, which one goes to Henderson.
There aren't any tunnels. Now get out of here. I am a scientist, not a tour guide. Stop wasting my time.
Marcus Villa told me about the tunnels. I know he was your research partner.
You saw Marcus? I haven't seen him in ages. He was brilliant, you know, in his own way. But let us just say there are reasons we no longer work together. Very good reasons.
Yeah, he wanted to eat me. The guy was certifiable.
He wanted to eat you? That doesn't make any sense. Sure, he went to live with the natives, but they've always struck me as peaceful people. Perhaps he was worse off than I even imagined. But that does not explain why he would resort to cannibalism.
Yeah, well, he wanted some flesh from someone who's immune to the plague. Had some crazy ideas about using it to make a cure.
Wait a moment, are you saying that you are immune to what's happening out there? Well then, this certainly changes things, doesn't it? Yes, I'm afraid it does. Yeah, I have a map that you should find helpful. But if you want it, you need to help me with something. I have been researching this disease for many years now. Kuru has been endemic to the indigenous people here for centuries. This outbreak is one of many, and each incident is a little different, as is the trigger that reawakens the plague. It's truly remarkable how this prion disease adapts and changes, how it mutates when exposed to external factors, the speed at which it affects the host organism. Astonishing, really. But science can be unpredictable. Dangerous even, you understand? Yeah.
So is that why there are all those bodies in the greenhouse?
A truly unfortunate accident, one that was largely the fault of my assistants. I assure you, I had very little to do with what happened out there.
You know, I'm still waiting to hear what you want from me.
I am merely trying to make it clear that I am not an evil man. In times such as these, it is easy for men of science to be blamed, persecuted for their actions. Especially by people who possess lesser minds. My 4 assistants were in possession of some reagents, chemicals contained within vials. Unfortunately, those vials are out there in the greenhouse. Bring them to me and I will give you the map. Do we have a deal?
Sure thing.
You will probably need to kill all 4 of them in order to secure the vials. But there is no saving them now. You will be putting them out of their misery.
What's done is done. Just have the map ready to go.
In like a comic strip.
I cannot conduct my tests without the
reagents.
See,
just keep talking. In a comic strip, when people just stand there and talk, No changes in poses or facial expressions. It's called like talking heads. It's very boring as a comic strip. Perhaps the dialogue might be very witty and punchy, but it might be better amplified with more visuals, because this is a visual medium as a comic strip. In this video game, you keep getting disembodied voices talking to you all the time. And Dying Light does the same thing. And even when the, like Kessler, he has to keep chatting. And yes, I know, I'm aware that my talking about too much talking is ironic in itself. So this is a grenadier. They throw chunks of their flesh at you, as you can see, and that's pretty much it. You can shoot the propane tank behind them to explode them. I had some extra airtime on that due to my lag.
Break your other arm. I'll take that reagent.
I double checked that I have the fire axe and that it's too high level for me to use, because I sure could use another throwing weapon right about now. This bridge takes some time to retract, or extend anyways. So I flipped that before finishing off the zombies. That door automatically opens when the bridge is ready to let you across. I believe the nail gun attracts zombies just as much as a pistol, or at least attracts zombies a lot more than you'd think the little puff sound would do.
There's one.
I was pretty pleased with how this turned out. But not that. See, I was trying to do an execution move right there, but my character decides not to punch him in the head, and he ends up getting hurt for his trouble.
There's one. I'll take that reagent.
Normally both those zombies are on different platforms, but they must have been heading closer because of my nail gun from earlier. Alright, here's another thing that I sometimes messed up on, so I took it a little slow here. You kind of have to stand in front of this door for a little bit before
That's
going
the last one.
You know what? That
Time to haul ass.
contamination thing hasn't started spraying. There. If you move too fast, you can't talk to Kessler. You have to walk back out.
Good, good.
That's about it.
Now I can conduct my tests. I only require a sample of your blood.
Oh, you can't be serious. Give me the map before this turns ugly.
I am doing a poor job of explaining myself. You are clearly immune, that much is certain. But that does not mean that you are safe. There is a strong possibility that the virus is in your body. And if it is, it could mutate. And depending on how it mutates, you could be in grave danger. All I need is a small blood sample. I run a simple test and then we'll know. This is for your own good.
Here, do it.
So you have to wait for him to go to the blood
feel
machine,
quick. Nothing to worry about.
talk about it, and then walk back to his spot. So at this time is when I loot his room. You can generally find meat in the computer cases.
What have we got here? Ah, Jesus Christ on a pony.
I was merely trying to lighten the mood. Oh, it will only take a moment to prepare the sample. Please be patient. This is truly astonishing. I've got your results. You are completely resistant to the virus.
I already knew that, Kessler.
No, it is not what you think. Your resistance to the virus has kept it from multiplying, from wreaking havoc on your body. But it has not destroyed the virus. It has merely suppressed it. You need to be very careful. Any contact with certain types of reagents could trigger a mutation. And if the virus mutates, it stands to reason that you could lose your immunity. Or much, much, much worse. Unfortunately, there are so many factors to consider that it is impossible for me to tell you exactly what might happen. But one thing is clear. You should avoid anything that would put you at risk.
What are you talking about?
Your plan was to use the tunnels to reach Henderson, correct? Yes, the Japanese created them during World War II, and later they were used to store chemical weapons. In the 50s, during a monsoon, there was a leak, and some of those chemicals worked their way into the water. The Aussies sent in a battalion of engineers and soldiers to clean them up, but they weren't successful. When they went into the tunnels, one of them must have been infected. The virus mutated and all hell broke loose. The Aussies had to blow the entrances to prevent the infection from spreading. Most of the men were still down in the tunnels. I have long suspected that exposure to those chemicals is what caused the infected soldier to mutate. Anyway, you need to find the old Jesuit mission. A passageway runs from the ruins down into the tunnels. Here is the map, as I promised. I cannot stop you from going down there. That is your decision. But if you do, use an abundance of caution. Try to avoid prolonged exposure to the chemicals. I wish you best of luck.
Heaps. Harlow, answer me.
Thank God, I was starting to worry. Did you get the map from Kessler?
Yeah, I got it. Tunnels might be a problem, though.
You can fill me in when we meet up. Where are you going now?
I'm gonna find the entrance to the tunnels.
Will you help me with one important matter?
I stayed next to Kessler because he doesn't let you get the reward until you finish Harlow's radio transmission. And I respect foreshadowing a lot more when it's not so obvious. In any game, the chances of something being said just for flavor is pretty low. I'm not talking about random notes that you find that you have to dig up in the main menu or something. No, I'm talking about like when you have a story-specific character
The village has been absolutely devastated.
A story-specific problem. If I'm fast enough, then fresh it up there won't get to me. Unfortunately, I have some problems getting on this bush, but I make it. Double check though. I kind of remember just doing that, just making sure. Because if an enemy hits you when you have no stamina left, you go flying, and then it takes you a while to get back up. So it's better just to kick, dodge, or do something besides get hit when you have no stamina. Unless you're looking for protection, because zombies ignore you once you fall down. Since that is not what I want, since I'm trying to get through the game quickly, I don't want to fall down and then have to stagger back up. So this is my shortcut to the mission, St. Marie's mission. You may be able to warp to Stanley, but one of the times I tried it while I was checking checkpoints...
Oh, incredible. Really incredible.
It kept warping me...
I'm looking for it.
It kept warping me in front of the research laboratory. So like two out of the 3 practice runs, it warped me to the correct spot.
Pretty impressive.
I think it may have been because I was loading checkpoint early, so it froze a checkpoint in place in front of the research lab or something. Whatever the case is, I didn't want to screw with that for this recording. Alright, this is another dangerous spot. dealing with the enemy here. So I'm kind of improvising, hoping I don't end up repeating the same mistake I did at the marina. On the third Perna run, Perna's the lady that uses a gun as her special weapon. My third Perna run, I came up here and I get killed as a result. Those zombies get me from behind, that's why I was ready for them this time. That unfortunately did no damage. It must have been blocked by the door. That did plenty of damage. This somehow missed him. Not the second shot for the nail gun, for the stun gun.
Bridges and the roads to prevent any movement of the civilian population.
Generally, when I hear a zombie like that, I spin around real quick, hoping that as I swing, I can club him. You know, like a windmill. Floaters sound like thugs here in this game. They gurgle in Dead Island 1. That sound you're hearing is an audio log I picked up.
Got eyes on a door. Found some stairs. I think they lead down into a crypt.
Food and supplies in there, but we need to. Johnson, wait.
Unless you have some diving gear, the answer's no. Completely flooded. Roger that.
I realized I didn't get that chest. I wanted to get it before I completed the quest. But it turns out okay because I have to wait.
Come on, Wayne. God damn it. Jesus, that was close. You good?
There was blood. He's been bitten. It just doesn't show that in this model. Okay, there's no difference in his visual appearance, but he's definitely been bitten. I'm just gonna tell you that. Not spoiling
Okay,
anything.
Trevor, get us out of
you
here.
saw all that blood. The zombie was just biting thin air and blood was coming out. But yeah, I have to wait. A lot of times you see me wandering around, it's because I'm waiting for an NPC to activate on my behalf. Anyways, this chest will always have
Come
gun
on,
in it.
Daddy needs some new shit.
It turns out to be a Spiteful pistol. Spiteful is one of the best white class weapons.
We're not going anywhere till that water's dealt with.
I need a pump. Before we left, I talked to an old man from Hawaii. He worked in these tunnels when the Aussies were here, and he said there's still equipment in a workroom not far from here. There should be a pump in there. Can you bring it back?
Sure.
Good. Once you bring the pump back, I'll take care of this water.
So anyways, as I was jumping towards him, his interact with me button for a shop turned into interact with me for a quest. So it worked out. I have a lot of difficulty with this quest on this run-through. All the other run-throughs, I had no issues. It was really quite surprising to me just how badly I was doing on this particular segment. Alright, so that's his loogie. This is a toxic loogie right there. I dodged the next one, and I grabbed the rest of the nails that I fired. That one and the one to the left are always zombies. I don't realize that this guy wasn't killed until I figure out why I'm not being able to jump to the left. I was going to jump left, throw the Molotov, and keep moving, but I couldn't move because you can't walk over a zombie that's laid down. I was trying to execute him, but the prompt disappeared. can't carry snacks with you. You eat it as soon as you pick it up. Try to arc my shot so it goes over the boat. It doesn't really arc in like a grenade fashion. It just, I wasn't sure if I'd end up hitting the boat, so I kind of kept my aim upwards while still allowing it to be sticky, the reticle to be sticky on him. That is something that Dying Light lost. I feel like you know when you're actually aiming and what you're aiming at. Yeah, you could say, "Oh, just aim at the reticle." Well, no, that as a game, sometimes there's cues in the game that would be easily handled if that was you and not a floating, disembodied weapon. That's why, for example, in the first-person shooters, you get hit, you kind of get some sort of directional arrow signaling which direction you got hit from. Alright, so it took me a fiendishly long time to deal with all of those monsters, and normally it doesn't take me that long. Normally I just kind of kill them as I climb up the ramp, and then they're all gone. Now, I didn't practice this jump too much. This was one of the other things I refined on my third Perna run. I was not prepared for what happened next, though. Normally just backing up just a little bit is all I need, but my jump is significantly weaker because of fraps, and I was not able to clear that jump. And my momentum of sliding around, it sent me propelling off the wall. That was not me jumping backwards. That's the game sending me flying backwards. And I die here. I was displeased. I think I considered doing it again, but I just like, screw it. So yeah, I was considering it again because I was strafing to the left, ready to make the jump again. So I pull out the nail gun and I pop these two barrels like I often do. Unfortunately for me, I get kind of stuck in the fire right there. And that will happen throughout the game. I'll get stuck in fire. Like, that doesn't even look like it's next to me. Could be that my graphics are low and that's the best representation I get of where the fire is. The effects themselves are set to like medium just so I can see where fire is and stuff. I'm hesitant about going in here real fast because of that guy.
Found the pump.
Normally he pops out when I shoot the barrels.
Sure thing, mate.
Alright, now he's gone. But the fire is keeping me at bay. Throwing knives are really handy in that it doesn't take you time to pick them up off the body. Like, every time you hit the interact button, you get a knife back. There's none of this animation where your guy sweeps his arm across to pick up one thing. I mean, that's really silly to think about it. That'd be like if I put 6 jelly beans on a plate in front of you, and you had to wind up your arm and swoop it across the plate to pick up one jelly bean, and then do it again for a second jelly bean, and again for a third jelly bean. There's somewhere he's pulling out a blade, and that's a little different, but
get the fuck down.
Just watch how my character grips. Yeah, see, he got the shovel out the body that way. It's just weird. Alright, so there's a lot of stuff in here, but there's only a few specific items I want. I want the blades and the metal scrap. And since I'm going to upgrade this item I'm getting as a quest reward, I need some more barbed wire. There's plenty of stuff I've left behind. It's not that I'm unobservant or anything. I probably should have mentioned this earlier because I feel like somebody'd be kind of aggravated at not picking up everything. Not even looting all the bodies. Again, this is a speed run, but an exhibition speedrun. I'm showing off John Morgan. I'm letting you see all the cutscenes and dialogue, but I'm still trying to move quickly. Alright, this was actually one of the harder things I had to do, not because it was difficult to stay alive or anything, but everything looks the same while you're driving this boat, and I didn't want to waste time opening the map all the time. So I didn't want to get lost and look stupid. So I kind of rehearsed this boat ride a couple times, and I still wasn't sure I was driving in the right direction. That icon at the bottom, that's my booster. Every time I hit shift, it fills up 1 square. Use the booster to get rid of the monsters. They're called drowned. They will immediately rise out of the water if you're on a boat. If you're the assassin and you have threat reduction, even if you're in single player, you can pretty much ride up on top of them with the boat and kill them, and they still don't notice you. It's amazing. That's just one of the additional reasons why she'd be great for a speedrunner. Because in Riptide, the monsters have much more enhanced awareness of where you are and how to reach you than they ever did in Dead Island 1. It's obscene in this game. It's not right. I can deal with it. It's just I felt that having I understand it's AI, but they acted more like heat-seeking robots than they did mindless, hungry monsters. That thing has problems sailing through the air because of the frame rate.
We'll keep an eye
Trevor
on
will
the
know how to
place.
get this door open.
Jump on top of that shit, man. Got it all figured out.
If you're ever hard up for money, you could always just loot these bodies constantly.
We've wasted too much time already.
Step out of the fort, grab the oleander, and then come back in and loot the bodies again. Also, these bodies will trigger mines if you like kick the body or something.
Things in a way.
Good. Is
There we
this
go.
piece of junk even gonna work?
Yeah, this is an old Rusky machine. Let's hope those commies knew what they were doing.
Agreed.
Let's see what it can do.
So I'll be using this weapon for a long while. It's my melee weapon anyways. And yeah, that thing is loud. I'm not going to totally modify the sound in this case, just so that you get the game experience. I think it's meant to be obnoxious, is the thing. Normally I would modify volume so that way you could like watch things. Cause I like to watch some videos at night. Mainly because that's when I'm doing stuff in other games, and I leave videos running, and suddenly there'll be like this loud sound that's out of place. Especially if you turn it up so you can understand what the speaker is saying. But in this case, it's part of the game. And I don't want to polish the game so much that it looks perfect, you know. That's one of the reasons why I also left the loading screen in, but that's also for speedrun parts. I think people time the loading. In any case, I'll show you the final play time either way. So during this siege mission, this particular one's over, but this fort itself has a siege mission.
Do not turn that thing on until we're set up to defend ourselves.
The noise from the pump is going to keep attracting them, and it's going to take a while to drain all that water. There's no way we'll survive with the weapons we have.
Hey, I can deploy the mines!
They'll help, but they're not going to be enough. Listen, a military chopper went down near the village. None of the poor bastards on board survived the crash, but their weapons might have. Head over there and see what you can salvage.
Sure.
And get back here as soon as you can. If those things attack while you're gone, we're finished.
During the siege mission for this, I'm not trying to spoil anything, but it's not like a huge issue. You remember how I said that perhaps is changing the physics of the game, or could very well impact the game mechanics? Oh, in this case I end up hitting the interact button too many times, I hop right back out. I have to leave the fort to kill an infected that refuses to stand up. So this is one of those cases where the game changing because I'm running recording software on a laptop that is struggling to keep frame rate constant. That's one of the issues, or one of the instances where my speed run is poorer for it. Alright, so this isn't where my dotted line wants me to go. This isn't probably where most players park their first time through. But I'm willing to guess that most people probably do this their second time through. Park on this section, next to the log, down the shore from where you're supposed to be at. Then go through the cave. Alright, again, if I stop running for what seems to be no reason, it's probably because I'm getting ready for a fight. Or to run past some zombies. In this case, both. Alright, this, I'm not too pleased with how it turned out. First off, you can really ignore this one, but I thought I would try to get both. You see how it's got a loot icon? Yeah, it is a...
Found the chopper. It's BIDF.
Look inside, there's got to be something we can use.
Ha found the guns.
Alright then, come on back and we'll get this party started.
Really, was any of that dialogue necessary? No, it wasn't. But anyways, BIDF, that's Benoit something Defense Force or something. It's not really important. Anyways, if I was... Normally I hit that floater before he can stand up. Then he's pretty much stuck there, or I can finish him off, or whatever, and he's not... I don't have to spend all this time killing him. So I'm not too pleased with how this turned out. But I thought maybe if I got that first floater, that I'd be able to swing around and get the second floater. But I was not able to in time. And I have to deal with everything. You can pretty much totally ignore the first floater, by the way. And I did on my previous runs. I just left them alone. If you do kick the body, they won't revive, or they won't come to life when the heavy machine guns are accessed. They won't have a health bar when you kick them, if you kick them before the dialogue, not cutscene. But if you don't interact with the body by kicking them, they will become an actual monster. Alright. So in the siege missions with these heavy machine guns, it might be faster not to use them. I use them. I'm showing you the game, and in a fast way, but it's not super perfect fast. This allows me some leisurely things to do, such as letting dialogue run, radio transmissions, cutscenes, picking a suboptimal character, and giving me lots of wiggle room for messing up. Like in this case. Like, if I was better at planning that part, because I plan a lot of things, but I've never planned at this during my 3 run-throughs with Perna. Parking the boat that I use to bring in the water pump in a way that lets me drive the heavy machine guns closer and faster to the base. It would only save me like probably like half a second, 1 second, 2 seconds, if even that. So anyways, I like using the heavy machine guns. I grab these. Mines will pretty much always get you killed. There's another box of mines, but I don't need those. I don't need too many. I just need enough to screw up.
Yeah, that'll teach ya. That's it.
I check to make sure I have all the pistol ammo I need. That flicker on the bottom just says waiting for other players to warp to me or something, but since it's a single player game, it goes way fast. Since I know this is a siege, I get my crap ready to rumble. I like to have my weapons in order from assuming bottom left is my close combat and my bottom right is my furthest range. That way when I mouse wheel backwards from fists, I go to my furthest range weapon.
Some things in her life.
and as I mouse wheel the.
Okay, Trevor, you can turn it back on.
All right, you sure? Everybody ready?
Why not?
All right then. You better get out there and give the others a hand.
As I mouse wheel towards the enemy, I go to like shotgun and stuff. You know, it becomes this is the range of my weapons thing, so I can easily figure out mentally how far I need to scroll that mouse wheel and which direction to go in. And there's random business where like I pull out a gun, then I pull out a grenade and grenade myself in the face. I could put these up earlier, but you have to wait for the siege, and I've got that planned out already. Unfortunately for me, that fence did not go up because I was too close to it when I put it up. It does not help what I just did, but I left it alone because I don't have time to put up 3 fences. Yes, I know, I only put up 1 fence, but I'm counting that as my time to put up 2 fences thing, you know. I only had the time to put up those front 2. As a speed run, I don't want to take the time to put up all the fences, put mines out everywhere and all that. You have to consider all of these extra things you're doing as to whether or not they're necessary. For example, I could spend time getting other blueprints and the items to create those blueprint materials, and it might be a better weapon than the ones I'm using, but if it doesn't save me time in the long run, it might not be worth it in a speedrun. You have to consider that if you're ever making your own speedruns. The mods I'm getting are pretty much on the way. I know exactly where to get the items, and I can make sure that the ones I get are on the way. Like, there's plenty of places to get. Like, I could wander outside here and get Oleander, but it was much faster to get the ones next to Marcus. I could have gotten the flexible hose in the Prologue. There'll be a part where it's pretty much directly in my path, though. Harlow has a harpoon waiting for me to pick up. Sometimes it's level 15, I don't know why. Sometimes it's my level. There's my attempt at an execution. You don't control anything. You don't go jumping and controlling your movement. It just homes in on his head. That infected I kicked out, unless it's part of John's ability, he should have stood up by now. Unfortunately, bullets have trouble traveling to enemies in water, so I realized I have to go out there to kill him. This is eating up time. So I know the exact order of where my gun placement's at. The only thing to consider is how many bullets I end up using. Oh, one thing is that when you're aiming a gun with right mouse button, or whatever your button is going to be, it kind of homes in, and if you don't move the mouse, I think it kind of sticks and follows the enemy a little bit if they're not moving too much. I bring this up because it's going to look like I just like sort of look down the barrels real fast and suddenly on the enemy. That's why. It's not that I'm that awesome at aiming, or that I'm using some sort of aimbot or anything like that. Just that's in fact why I end up doing that a lot, is looking down the sights and unlooking down the sights, I guess. Using Fury mode is also a great way to detect which drowners are real and which ones are fake in Henderson. Drowners are the fast-running zombies that are generally submerged in water. I could have killed her faster with another weapon, but I didn't think it would take that long. I figured I might as well finish her off though with firearm, because I want to raise firearm skill points. there is a skill, a talent tree or whatever you want to call it, that makes you level your weapon skills faster. And let me explain. Every time you get a character level, you get to put a point in your skill trees. One of the 3 skill trees: Fury, Combat, or Survival.
Just like that.
As you're using weapons, you get experience in that weapon category. So these are different levels, I guess. I'm not too concerned about getting the perk that lets me level up weapons faster. I don't think it would help me that much, considering my technique for this. It's not like I'm shooting a gun into an enemy's chest to kill them for like thugs and stuff and butchers. You'll see. You'll see when I actually get guns, what I actually do with them. I'm relying more on the status effect than I am doing damage with it.
I see one. Let's give these fuckers a flop.
Oh, and yeah, the characters just love to randomly shout stuff. That's Perna shouting right next to me.
We're up Shit's Creek now. Look at them all.
They literally will stand there and let another character get chewed on, like right there. Harlow could totally help Xion, but she doesn't. She didn't even help me there. Not that I needed it. I realized he didn't die yet, so I shot him a couple of times. I think it looked kind of cool.
To die, mate.
The important thing for mini games is to shoot him at least in the body if you're not sure you can get the headshot immediately. Just to stun him. Then you can line up that headshot like. Like that, right there. I shot her in the chest, she roared, I shot her in the face. Okay. This thug, he can be a little bit of a handful sometimes. I've never done this. This is one of my other improvisational things. Unfortunately, I figured I was well out of the blast range for this. But perhaps because I put so many mines down or what, but I ended up getting fried because of that. I have no idea if those 10 seconds being dead, if that was worth it. I'm assuming it was not worth the exchange. But he is severely injured. Unfortunately, I can't seem to get over this wall, so I just go back around.
Yeah, time to check out those tunnels.
Grabbing loot is generally pretty easy unless you grab meat. Meat generally happens whenever you headshot an enemy. Then your character does his little swinging arm animation. I always find that a bother.
Don't forget to resupply before you go.
So that barbed Scottish dirt, that's going to stick with me for a while.
I left some things in her life.
Nice. The water's all pumped out and the entrance is wide open.
I'm ready to go, Trevor. Any words of encouragement? Right. I didn't think so.
We don't know what's down there, so be careful.
Let's keep contact. I'll report if anything comes up.
Good luck.
All right.
All right. Take care down there. We'll follow as soon as we get the all clear from you.
Okay, this could take a person a long time if they try to explore the whole area. And the game flashlight is really weak. It doesn't show a lot. It dies out fast. It recharges, thankfully, without you having to do anything, but still. It's more of a hassle.
This might have been a bad idea, Harlow. There's water everywhere.
Just keep going. Those tunnels are the only way.
Ah, found an old generator. Hopefully it still works.
Copy that. Got my fingers crossed for you.
I get stuck on a stair. I'm
That should do
holding
it.
forward, but nothing. So anyways,
Here goes nothing.
I use flares
Managed to turn on the
so
emergency
that you don't have
lights,
to worry
Harlow,
about
but
the
the main lights are
flashlight.
still off.
Travis says there should be on-off switches and possibly more generators down there. You should look for them.
I think the default key for flares might be X. You can equip it, and that's how most people probably
Damn
used to do it.
Lost the signal.
I did manage to
Flares.
get a co-op game with someone.
Why would anyone else be down here?
Yes, thank you for talking over me all the time.
Ah, that's just great. Well, I hope this tunnel leads to Henderson.
Anyways, I managed to get a co-op game with someone finally, and
Looks like there
he told me
should
that
be
you
a
could throw
generator in
flares
here.
without putting them in your weapon wheel.
Are you there? Can you hear me?
Copy you, Harlow. These tunnels are interfering with our signal.
I was afraid we lost you. What about the chemicals? Have you come across them?
Negative. No sign of the chemicals.
All these bodies will come to life once you do this little segment here.
Talk to you soon.
There's the flexible hose. You need two, and you need two gas for lighter. It happens to have everything I need. I don't want to spend all the money on upgrading this pistol, because I will replace it eventually.
There it is.
And very soon it's going to be pretty much obsolete. It'll just be my holdout sidearm. These two bodies will revive now. They
That
wouldn't
should do it.
before. Some more flares back there, but I don't need that many. Can't jump over her, unfortunately. I'm having difficulty. So I'm a little... I'm not happy with this part right there. It's not that I can't kill them. I just slaughtered them right there. But I'm just trying to get there. Now,
Might as well head down.
I practiced this jump a lot. And if it wasn't for perhaps, I bet I could do it. I decided not to risk it. Normally I would jump over the rail and grab the ladder on the way down. And then let go of the ladder, fall off, and strafe jump to break my fall. It's pretty cool.
Damn.
I just didn't think I could do it with Riptide.
Japanese put their backs into this.
Gotta go there
Jesus,
before I
what's
can
a bloody
continue the
Gotta get
quest.
past this shit as fast as I can.
If I can't continue the quest, I can't activate the next power source. So I had to fall to the left even though I wanted to go right. Alright. Normally you're supposed to go on the other side of this bar if you wanted all this stuff, but I don't need notes, I don't need the wrestler thing, I just want the mod. I grab that, and I take my shortcut. Pretty pleased with this route that I made. Throw a flare, I take a moment to throw a flare so you can see what I'm doing.
Can you hear me?
Look at that.
I hear you, Harlow.
Side jump as you fall.
How are you progressing?
Going as fast as I can. Chemical barrels everywhere, though. Now, there's no avoiding the fumes, but I'm doing what I can. Harlow. Shit, the signal's gone. Hope they're ready.
There's more flares here. Don't really need them though. That door won't open unless you've got the quest trigger here. Normally, in normal circumstances, you probably couldn't even get here without triggering the quest. So here's why I calm down and as soon as he roars, I make sure that the shotgun gets him
That's all I
square
need.
in the face. Unfortunately, I regularly forget. I'd
I've
say
had
2 out of
enough
3
the
times.
Fucking stench.
2 out of 3
There,
times I
now
forget
can
to
see
grab
where
the
the fuck
fuse.
I'm going.
Shut up, John. I'm talking. Jeez. 2 out of 3 times I probably forget to grab the fuse off of that thug. The reason I killed all those zombies in this main intersection is because an infected spawns to the right here. There's 2 infected to the left, and a thug. So they can be kind of a hassle if you've got everybody bearing down on you. The walkers I ran past earlier are attracted to the sound of the gunfire. So I'm having to keep moving. I decide not to bother trying to kill this thug.
Did you hear that?
You'll get an auto rifle up here. And if I remember right, I lucked out. Let's see here. Spiteful auto rifle, that's right. So I don't have to kind of... I was planning on glancing at the other auto rifles. I think 3 auto rifles total to compare. Not counting the first one I get. I go ahead and glance at it, but I realized I got the Spiteful auto rifle right there. I think I couldn't see that message earlier, so I just kind of had my cursor over it to look anyways. I kill all 3 very fast. And then I move over here to get some ammo. I always flank them. I don't think I've ever once gone not flanked them. It might be faster not to flank them for all I know, but I've just never felt comfortable doing it. There's another auto rifle here. But I've got Spiteful, so that's great. That's what I'll use. I upgraded twice. I know I maybe sound like I'm just narrating what you can see, but I'm also trying to offer some explanations for what I'm doing. The reason I upgraded twice is because the last upgrade cost so much, and this is not what I consider my in-game weapon. I don't want to spend everything on it. Especially when the first time I accessed the workbench, I had no money just to craft the item I needed for that section, which was with nailed bat. Alright, so you'll see that I'm quickly iron sighting these guys. That's because, as I said, when you right click, or whatever your button ends up being, it kind of locks in on the guy. There's a slow motion, letting me know everybody's down. You have to touch this door in order to unlock the boss's room.
Come in, Harlow.
Find the exit?
Affirmative, but it's locked. I had to deal with some smugglers that were living down here.
Look around. Maybe one of those dead smugglers has been. Let me know when it's unlocked.
There's multiple ways to deal with this room, and all of them are
Getting
pretty easy.
outside, Harlow. I made it.
That's great news. We'll be there as soon as we can.
This next segment, however, is what I think a lot of people probably struggle with. But I came very heavily armed. I may have rushed through the game, but I've got everything I need to take down this next boss. Pride shotgun. Blue numbers, you would think is electricity in this game, because, you know, all the default weapons for electricity. Sorry, let me start over. Hold on,
Yeah, we did it!
Thank God we're through.
I didn't think I'd ever see daylight again.
Mate, are you okay? Shit. What happened to you?
Somebody pushed me.
Hey, man, what happened? Who pushed you?
Stay away!
What the hell is that?
Watch Hardy.
That fucking put all of us in danger.
What? What is it?
Look at that.
Shit!
What?
He's gonna turn!
Maybe we can restrain him.
Oh God, no.
There's nothing to be done. I knew he was bitten, so I pushed him.
What? What the hell were you thinking?
He was already lost. You would have left him behind. But I had to know what that mutagen would do to someone who was infected.
Oh my God!
What the fuck?
Jesus! Look at him!
Okay, so at this point I'm checking my size and my hard disk size and file size and stuff. I decided I can still keep going. I wasn't sure if I could do all of this in one sitting. Anyways, I just show you that I've got nothing in my storage.
Everyone thought they were crazy.
Totally new game.
Good thing they were.
He's gonna kill us all!
Could have just sold those items, but I wanted to show my storage. Or lack of. Alright, so this will be my baby for some time to come. If I craft it now, it will cost more to upgrade. There you go. And I didn't. I think I didn't upgrade the rifle because I didn't have the money for the last upgrade. So that's a good thing I didn't make it max upgraded rifle. At this point, I pretty much have my entire arsenal. So I set up my mouse wheel as it'll be for the rest of the game, pretty much. Auto rifle, pistol, shotgun. That's the order the mouse wheel goes in. I mean it.
Holy shit. Wayne?
Oh my god. Wayne!
So anyways, Pride shotgun. That looks like an electricity symbol, and it even looks like it has electric damage when I hit a guy and gives 2 numbers. No, that's impact damage.
Wayne.
It's better. If I were to critical this guy, it would take off maybe like half his life. If I could critical him twice, he dies. It also doesn't hurt you like electric weapons will. If I can just score a critical. I believe this guy. This is Wayne. His zombie type is wrestler. I feel that wrestler is very closely tuned to a goon from Dying Light. There's that impact, and it can hurt you, even if you feel like you're not next to it. Even though thug and goon are closely related words, I feel that this is a more closer to the Dying Light's goon. If I were to hit one of those zombies as they're climbing over, they would fall back on the other side. I have to wait for them to come back over. Fury hitting will just pretty much kill them outright. I'm clearing the area because I'm out of shotgun bullets. So I kind of have to make sure the walkers stop spawning before I do my next thing. Or at least it helps. I can interact with these valves in order to let out jets of steam, which will hurt him, but that doesn't help my strategy. Alright, so that's I feel like that's the last walker. Let's get started. I was hoping the Pride shotgun would kill Wayne. I was hoping it would kill him fast. But I brought a backup weapon. I moved it down to show you the damage differences. So which will happen first? Will I kill Wayne or will my chainsaw wear out? Look how fast that durability is going down.
Get in the ground!
He always seems to drop a blue shalag. I'm sorry if I said that wrong. I probably said that wrong. Either way, I'm selling it.
Keep moving. We can't stay here. We need to get everyone to Henderson as soon as possible.
If the infection
How do I get to Henderson from here, Hardy?
The entire world is fucked.
You're going to have to cross a small bay. There used to be an old ferry that the locals used to get back and forth. See if you can get it going. Once you've found a way across, the rest of us will link up with you. Are you ready?
He'll give you a Chinese war sword for this.
Watch your back. We'll join you once you've cleared the way. I heard that some escaped prisoners might be in the area. Be careful.
I didn't really get a good look at it, but I get the impression it's kind of like a pole arm with a blade at the end.
Shit's hit the fan, Kessler. I need your help. Pick up.
What happened? Are you alright? I warned you about going through those tunnels.
One of the men with us, his name was Wayne, was exposed to the chemicals in the tunnels, completely drenched in them. Turned him into one of those things. Is that what you think is going to happen to me?
I honestly don't know. He had to be infected.
Normally you need to swing left here, but I tested this. You can run right through the fire. A lot of times in this game, fire is an actually impassable barrier. You can get burned, but you can't go through it. That one can sometimes grab you.
That should be the ferry station. It's a little too quiet around here. Well, no sense in starting a big brawl. Maybe I can convince them to let me pass.
Even when Kessler isn't here, he just talks too much. So anyways.
Well, shit. Look what wonder.
Man, I don't remember what I was saying before all that.
I need to go this way. You don't mind, do ya?
No, we don't care. As long as you pay us what we want, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
How much do you want?
Everything you're carrying. Money, weapons, ammo, supplies, all of it. Now hand it over.
If that's the way you want it, then that's the way it'll be.
Fine. We'll just kill you, and then take your shit. Makes no difference to me. Kill him!
Alright, I don't activate Fury mode here. The game does it for you.
Christ. What's happening to me?
You actually get more control over this.
One of you pricks!
If you were Perna, every time you activate Fury, her gun kind of sticks. John, shut up! I did that half for. Wow, I did that half for amusement. I'm not really angry at him. It's kind of ridiculous. Anyways, if you're Perna, when you right-click, her gun kind of sticks to her gun kind of just sticks to enemies. Period. Right-clicking will give you some control. During this Fury mode and only this Fury time, you can actually look around as Perna. Probably because this is not a regular combat situation.
Holy shit. What happened to me? Unbelievable. Am I responsible for this? Kessler, are you there? Answer me!
Yes, I'm here. Has something happened?
I went into some kind of rage, Kessler. I could barely control it.
Just calm down. There is no reason to get hysterical. Now it sounds like the virus has mutated, but it appears to be very minor. I don't think you're in any real danger, but you definitely want to limit your exposure to any additional mutagens.
Yeah, and what happens if I go berserk again?
I suspect you have had similar symptoms before, but none so overwhelming. That fury you're feeling, that is the result of the mutation. It amplifies the release of large quantities of corticosteroids from the adrenal cortex. The mutation will not progress if you can avoid exposure to the mutagen again. But continual exposure can cause further, even more dangerous mutations, turning you into something quite horrifying. Perhaps instead of viewing this as a negative, you should embrace it. Learn to control it. Focus it.
Now, those mines I just laid down, they vanish, and it costs me later. If you throw propane tanks around, they can also vanish. That's pretty stupid when this is a siege situation. And you should be able to prepare the area. They don't vanish because they're trying to keep you prepared the area. They vanish because the game doesn't want to keep track of it.
Hey! It's okay. I'm here to help. Unlike those lowlifes who are holding you prisoner.
I was going to Henderson to try and find my family. And
Look
those
how
damn
much
prisoners caught me.
expositions right
They
here.
said they were going to use me as bait in case the infected attacked. Those bastards. Anyway, my name is Marvin. I owe you one.
We need to get moving. You know how to start the ferry?
Yeah, of course I know. I worked there for 16 years, give or take. It's right here.
Found a bloke who can run the ferry. We'll wait for you.
Understood. We're on our way. See you soon.
Good.
You only have a certain amount of time after you talk to Marvin before the first battle begins.
You bastards.
That was an accident. I have just enough time to put up 2 fences and plant the 2 HMGs. So my plan changes a little bit, but it's something that still works out pretty well. I'm not fully in position. Otherwise I'd be wiping out more of these guys just like that. They'd all be kind of more clustered up. Unfortunately, they don't seem to mind too much that I shoot my friends with the shotgun. Oh, and the Chinese war sword. It can make a pretty interesting weapon if you're kind of running along with me. Note here, I have to go out just to kill these guys because they don't get back up. Anyways, if you're kind of running along with me, you could always turn the Chinese war sword into a flaming mod. If you do Harlow's quests, I believe she'll give you a torch mod or something.
I left some things in her life.
Is there a problem?
Just her first quest is enough.
And they're going to attract all of the infected in this area. I want to get out of here as bad as you do, but we need to be ready, because once those things start coming, they're not going to stop until either we're dead or they are.
Sure thing. Ready whenever you are.
I'll need a couple of minutes to get the engine started.
Now, we lost Wayne. If we had put any levels into Wayne, we would lose those team levels associated with him. Not a huge issue. Aside from that one loss earlier, I don't lose any of the other future battles. I know exactly how long it takes me to get all this done and what to do, so my plan is to move over to Hardy's side, put up his fence, and use Harlow's minigun. Oh, I meant to say it earlier, and I didn't turn around to look at it for my later audio commentary. After I'd run through the fire earlier, I'm keeping an eye on the minimap. You need to do that if you're on Harlow's minigun. After I ran through the fire earlier, towards the ferry, I turned around to look at the billboard. That's where you would go if you wanted a sniper rifle. The only sniper rifle for free in the game. Yeah, I don't think you really find them. You might be able to find one in a chest, I guess. But that's pretty much your main source of sniper rifles until you can upgrade Zoe to level 3 or find the shop in the southeast of Henderson, which is the next city we're going to. I think there's a couple more instances. Yeah, there's a couple more instances in this siege of infected not getting up, which makes my speedrun take longer. Alright, so my next plan is to put up this fence and grab the minigun in this room. This fence will help keep the infected from hitting me while I'm on the minigun. There's other stuff in there, I don't really need it. And I didn't mean to equip the grenade. If you're pressing E too long, it swaps out your weapon, if you remember. So I swapped out a grenade for one of my guns, I think. One of the reasons why the shotgun's so effective as a mainstay gun is because shotgun ammo boxes will give you like 20. And you can only carry about 20 shells in a normal circumstance. As you level up, I think your capacity for ammo goes up, and if you're Perna, you can get skills that let your ammo capacity go up even further. But anyways, yeah, the ammo quantities are balanced in that you can carry the least amount of shotgun shells compared to other weapons. But when you pick up a box, it will pretty much fill you up. The Pride shotgun, when it criticals, will pretty much kill anybody at criticals. And I think when it criticals everybody in that area. So it's not a target dependent. What that means is if I'm fighting, let's say, a group of 3, and I critical the one in front, it's going to critical everybody behind them too, and kill all of them. Impact is a great weapon. This is where it screws me, not having those mines. Because I know that grenadiers come up from this side. That's why I put those mines there. Either zombies blew up the mines and I didn't realize it. I didn't even hear the mines while I'm doing the audio commentary. I didn't hear them, but it's possible they get used. It's totally possible they got used.
Bloody time.
It's unlikely though, because I know for sure those propane canisters will disappear during the siege as if you throw them. Because I planted a couple sometimes, and they were just gone before I ever got to shoot them. Alright, this is another reason to be on Hardee's, is there's generally going to be a lot up right above Harlow, and they're going to keep coming. Just look at that mini-map. It's no accident I was on this minigun. There's a lot of things that can be randomized in the game, such as items, which zombies are there, but there's a lot that are always the same. And that, for example, zombies, they are not randomized in that they could be here or there or there. They're only in like 2 spots, and you could get zombie in spot 1 and zombie in spot 2, one of the zombies or none of the zombies. So they're always, does that make sense? Like, let's say a zombie spawn was right behind that pink truck. That zombie will always spawn there or not spawn there. There's not going to be a zombie in front of the yellow truck. I execute both of those butchers with that critical shot I was just talking about. So I grabbed 1 grenade, and that's pretty much all I need for this next part. I improvise. I never threw a propane canister over here. It turns out pretty well, though. Unfortunately, not well enough, because then I have to go and find the fallen infected, because they won't get up. I'm definitely doing a lot more commentary with me not having to focus on the game, but it's not so much, it's really not all that interesting, I'm afraid. I'm sorry for that. But I do hope that is informative for you in case you ever do decide to do your own speedrun, or learning about the game, or just learning about my gameplay practices. Not practices as in like what I'm doing to get better, but that's a term, like best practices is a term, that kind of thing. There's no thug, but that's pretty much the thug sound of it. So what I do is count to 4, then I prime the grenade, then I throw it. It's not prime the grenade, count to 4, and then throw it. No, I'm giving an additional 4 seconds for the infected to get where I need to. That's how much I kind of rehearse this section. It's not because I was worried about the siege, but maybe rehearse is the wrong word. Paid attention to certain elements that I could use to expedite the process. I'm not trying to sound fancy there, I'm sorry. I played through the game a lot, but only the last few times was I ready to make it a learning process where I can experiment to see if I can go any faster than just regular gameplay. So these things aren't dying because I'm not actually aiming at their head, because I'm trying to hit them before they get up. Then I realized they're not getting up, so I should just murder them. Remember, my policy is hit them while they're on the ground so that they lose all their stamina. That's what I was doing there. You have to wait for Marvin to pretty much access the boat. He's walking in from the office.
The ferry's ours.
What are we waiting for?
Unfortunately, I was a little bit slow there. I normally am there earlier than that. I think I figured I had more time than I really did, because I didn't get anything really useful from looting after the first couple dollar bills. It is now May 30th for me. During that cutscene, I pretty much had to stop it for the night, and now it's the middle of the day. My kid is out with the missus. For this microphone recording, I generally have to wait until everybody's asleep or everybody's gone. So there's not much more interference. So the objective here is just to clear the area so that your people can move on in. Your whole team's just sitting back, but in this case, it's a little bit more believable than the Wayne instance, where everybody's just sort of sitting there watching you, even though they're immune. Now, I do mess up on my jump here. What I should do after I kill these last zombies is run up to my left right here. There's a trash can. If I use that, I can jump over the railing.
Looks like it's clear.
But this looks like I should clear it, but the invisible wall, I guess. So if you're going for a speedrun that breaks my time, that's what I think you should do, is jump off that trash can.
No sense in getting worked up. The military might have just pulled back and established a defensible perimeter around the base.
I'm kind of hoping that people get interested in doing a speedrun of this game just by watching mine, but in Riptide, there's not a lot of videos out there of this.
I left some things.
You said something about a safe place in town.
There's an old movie theater called Jacqueline's. It don't have any exterior windows, so once the doors are barricaded, we should be fairly safe. It also has a bar, or used to anyway, so once we're over there, we'll have plenty to eat and drink. Jacqueline should still be there, assuming she survived. She loved that place, and I no can imagine her abandoning it. So what you think? Will you go check it out?
Right.
The theater shouldn't be far from here. Let me know when you get over there. Good luck out there.
Alright, these lockers here, if you're ever farming money, warp to the Henderson ferry station from another map, grab these lockers worth of cash. The double lockers are the ones that have money. There's a single locker in between that has, like, in this case, a battery. You'll notice that from the locker I got $3,000. That's just from one locker. I think the other lockers came up empty or something. I'm not going to rewind and go look. It wasn't that important. I just needed enough money to upgrade a couple weapons. At this point, there's only going to be one more weapon upgrade for me. You have to touch this fence here. You can't shoot it open or anything. You have to touch it before you're allowed to get the key.
Oh, I need to locate the key.
Now, I have a sweeping method I use in this room. Go to the right, grab the med kit, grab the key, and the ammo. I probably should have kept running at this point and not worried about loading my shotgun. In this game, you have a limited ammo capacity in your backpack, and then whatever is in your gun is extra. So in this case, I was loading the shotgun shells one by one, as you saw, and that removed it from my backpack so I could pick up that extra box. The yellow bar, and I probably should have said this a long time ago, if anybody's like learning Dead Island from this, the yellow bar at the top left, that's my EXP bar, and the up arrow indicates I have a skill point. There'll always be an infected there. Sometimes there's two infected once you crest this bridge. I think if you're particularly slow like I am, the infected are there. In this case, I'm a lot slower than I was on my previous Perna runs. The first Perna run, I had these two infected. The next two, I didn't see them. So if you're doing a speedrun, probably nick the infected on the left. Don't worry too much about killing him, and definitely don't worry about reloading until you pass by the infected area. Sometimes there's a lot of random bodies here, and only a few of them are actual drowners, but your gunshots will lure the infected from that area right there. There's a few walkers to the left. Alright. The actual mission says to go to the front door, but that's locked. So I'm going straight for the alternative entrance. This is one of the few times you can skip something. I got hurt really badly right there because I caught a knife in the chest from a zombie. When they throw it, it hurts a lot. This will be another checkpoint guy. I don't remember if I used him at any point during this playthrough. I think I might, but and there's some fail shooting right there. Right around the thug. You can actually get to the auditorium to the left. That's where the dead end goes. But the door is locked right now. It doesn't unlock until you accept the quest to go to the military base. There's a military base and there's a Fort Henderson. No, two different things. The first place you interact with is the military base.
This must be the way in.
On my first playthrough, I had to stop here for a moment, so I quit the game. You notice there's a checkpoint right now?
I'm inside, Hardy, but it's not
If
safe.
you load the checkpoint, you'll be getting nommed on by a zombie when you come back, and all the infected will be kind of all over on you. Oh, and you can also jump into the cinema. For those of you who played this game before, you can actually jump from the wall next to the ram and activate the ladder. I did that when I was playing co-op. I was just the guy was with me. He was a pretty good ally, and I think I just was talking about if we even need that ladder. It took a long time to. In this case, I just never got up. Again, it's the whole fraps thing. I think I'm not running any cheats, but unfortunately, I can't prove it. You're just gonna have to take my word for it. As you can see from the speedrun, I do know quite a bit about the game. The game is easy enough without cheats. I guess you could consider the loading checkpoint like a cheat. Fine. I don't really consider it much of a cheat, but again, that's dependent on the person's sense of fair play. I think the more games a person plays, and the more mechanics of a game a person learns, the more open they are to game gimmicks. Because it just becomes routine. You actually have to be inside this room also to trigger the next part. If you kill all the zombies from outside the room, you can't open Jacqueline's door. So anyways, if you do go through the window by activating the ladder instead of climbing up the way I did, the zombies aren't there. You have to you can go through the cinema area and there's no zombies.
You're not from Henderson, are you?
No. I'm leading a group of survivors and we need a safe place to hide. We were planning on using your cinema.
There's more than enough room for everyone. That won't be a problem. You'll need to fortify all of the entrances first, though. Make sure those beasts can't find another way in. There are security shutters at the front and rear of the building. The rear shutter hasn't been used in ages, though. To activate it, you'll need a key from the lodge.
Alright, so there's stuff behind her that I want.
Thank you again.
But I'm not too worried about right now because there'll be another section where I have to wait for the NPCs and the quest triggers to catch up to me. In this case, I have to wait for the shutters to finish closing before I can talk to Jacqueline. The shutter's on my right, but I'll be looking in that direction as I leave, so I'll just flip it now. I think a nice touch about this game is that when your people capture this building, like it's theirs, the dead body in the middle of the room's gone. That's a nice touch. They do that in Dying Light as well. For most of the safe houses you capture, the gore is gone.
What have we got here?
So in this case here, I'm just grabbing a couple extra bucks or extra items, and I guess there wasn't anything I picked up from the cash register. Either I didn't click fast enough, or there just wasn't anything.
It wasn't for you.
So Jacqueline's still talking, but I have to wait for the shutters to finish closing.
You closed the shutters? Good. Now it's safe for the others to join us. A hostel in town was turned into a kind of field hospital. You might want to go over there. If you need more information, speak with Cecil.
Alright, here's the biggest bullcrap cutscene
Cinema's
you're gonna
secure.
see.
Also found another survivor.
Did you hear that? We're going to be all right. We're all on our way.
Thanks again for rescuing me. I thought for sure I wouldn't survive. It looks like you could all use a place to heal and rest up.
This is hopeless. Where will we go? They're already there.
Well, at least we have a roof over our heads here.
When the plague first hit, everyone left. I thought the authorities would eventually come, so I stayed behind. I was worried about looters. Little did I know that would be the least of my worries. Everything I own is in this theater. I couldn't bear to leave it behind. But now, after all that's happened, I'd like to go with you.
You're welcome to come, but no promises. We're all in the same boat here, and as far as I can tell, this son of a bitch is sinking.
Any luck contacting the base?
No. Maybe their radio is down.
What the hell happened here?
The disease spread so quickly, the army created a quarantine zone. They said they had it under control.
But they did.
From the outside, the base looks intact. As I said, Commander Briggs is a friend of mine. This base is our only chance for rescue. We must get in there.
I wouldn't. The military abandoned this town, and everyone in it. They locked themselves in that base. Anyone who approached, anyone seeking shelter, was shot. After a while, people stopped trying.
Bloody heroes, eh?
Jesus.
Look, they must have thought those citizens were infected. Otherwise, they would never have done something like that.
Sure they would. Just like they did in Benoit, just like New Orleans. Man, that's just how it works.
Is Harlow here?
I thought she was with you.
Who saw her last?
I thought we ran like crazy. I thought she was with us.
Fuck! You left her behind, just like you'd leave us all.
Jesus Christ, woman, get a grip.
Or what? You gonna hit her? Chima is right. All you immunes are getting a little crazy.
How? What the hell you saying?
You don't trust us now? Well, maybe. We don't fucking trust you.
Everybody, just calm down.
It's the chemicals, the mutagens. Look at them. They can barely control themselves.
Come on, people. We've gone too far to give up now. Stay here while you check the base. If the guards make trouble, I'll talk to them on the radio. It's the only way we're getting out of this alive. Do your job. We're leaving no one behind.
So Hardy uses his positional authority, not earned, a colonel when nobody here cares, to order our immunes around and everybody.
Hey, I told you this place was perfect, didn't I? And thank you for saving Jacqueline. Here, take some of this. It's the least I can do.
You have to talk to Marvin before you get your next quest.
Those soldiers were good for nothing, yeah?
You should check out the rest of the town.
Every man for his
Right, I'll go find the military base.
The base's defensive grid and alarm system are probably active, so the soldiers will attack at the first sign of intrusion. If that's the case, you'll need to blow the gate and proceed inside. Just be careful about it, all right? We don't need to start World War III. If any of the soldiers try any shit, tell them that I sent you. Like I said before, the commander, Colonel Briggs, is an old friend of mine. When you find him, get him on the horn and I'll talk to him. He'll help us out. Ready to go?
Sure.
Godspeed. I'll stay in touch by the radio.
Okay.
I left some things.
Not even assuming the stupidity of that plan. I'll talk about that in a minute. Let's talk about how these guys, everybody's treating the immunes.
Should resupply.
They didn't really seem that irritated because,
You don't want to run out of
you know,
fucking
they're
ammunition when those bastards are
they're
closing in on you.
being very antagonistic towards the immunes. So I didn't feel that the immunes, the player characters, were out of line, being a little bit aggravated. They put their life on the line here. And they were in no way responsible for Harlow, assuming that they were clearing the path to the cinema and clearing the cinema. I mean, who was Harlow with? The people at the base. She was with I'm not sure how to say her name. Her nickname is Chima, apparently. She was with Chima, Trevor, Hardy. These guys should have been watching her. But no, you get blamed. Alright, as for the bullcrap that is this battle plan, so he wants you to, they're going to attack at the first sign of intrusion, you got to blow the gate, and then you got to make sure that the soldiers talk to you. Really? Alright, so this is the only side quest in the game I'm going to finish.
Come on up. I've got something for you.
Need ammunition.
I thought that was it.
The detox rifle mod, that's what I'm here for. That'll be my last upgrade in the game.
Take a look.
Now, in my original plan, I would run up the workbench right there and upgrade my current rifle into a detox rifle, but I figure I'm doing well enough here. I'm gonna just, since I didn't get many levels, aside from that one challenge, it was pretty good. That looked like it was nowhere near me. Sound familiar? Just like the goons. So anyways, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, I did complete one challenge, like hitting the enemy, so that gave me probably some experience points. The more I level, the more out of date my weapons become. So whatever level I was when I picked up this Pride shotgun, it's going to stay that level, but the zombies will keep getting more levels with my character. That's why it's bad for me to get levels. I'm not avoiding side quests for that reason though, I'm just avoiding them because that's extra time I don't need to spend. Here's a bunch of mines. They are pretty generous with their triggering, but they're also pretty lethal in their range of explosion. So if you're gonna do what I do here, you need to be fast. First off, the infected don't really start rushing you until you take a few steps forward. So I go ahead and clear that alarm. I think generally you're gonna end up running to the alarm, up the ladder, and then manually holding down the button on the alarm. This way is much faster. Just shoot them. Needed to catch my breath, so I had to pop the guy behind me.
Just 2 left!
Alright, so I'd spin around and really figure out where the hell that infected's coming from. So the infected here are infinite. This is the closest thing you get to Dead Island 1's danger levels. And even then, it's not that bad, especially with the mines providing you cover. Equal parts cover, equal parts danger.
One more! That's that. Not very subtle, but at least it's quiet. I'll have to find something that'll blow up this gate. It's got to be here.
Oh, you have to go near the gate before I'm allowed to pick up these explosives. There's explosives around the base. It's not just there. I wing them. I just need to get them off my back. I lose track of him in a second here, so when he ambushes me, I kind of spin around trying to locate him.
What the fuck? I need to get out of here. That takes care of the gate. I'm going in.
Keep your eyes open and watch where you step. They might have mined the interior of the base as a last line of defense. That's what I'd do.
Copy that.
Gotta wait for the dialogue to finish before I can go in. I'm not really worried about the Demolisher, but I figured watching him walk towards us is better than me staring at the door for your viewing experience. Alright, so this could take a person a long time, but you follow my quick move method and it should be pretty simple.
I made it inside the base, Colonel, but the lights are dead.
If you take a particularly long time, zombies start respawning. They do that in normal gameplay as well. But because you're constantly, running in circles, you'll really notice that the zombies are respawning. That is always a zombie. You can actually touch the generator without him attacking you.
Generator's back on, Colonel.
Okay, head for the comm station. It's on the top floor. Just take the stairs up. Let's just keep our fingers crossed that the transmitter's still in one piece.
Alright, I like to open up these double doors up here and pop the Grenadier in the back. Because he's facing the way you're going to come in. If you're too close to the double doors, that explosion will kill you. You have to get close to this door here. The one that's on fire. You have to get close to it to trigger the next part. Otherwise, you can't activate
Fire's
the
blocking the
fire
entrance to the
extinguisher.
comm station. Any ideas?
Yeah, if the emergency sprinkler
And if you can't activate the fire extinguisher, you can't remove the invisible wall that is the fire. What I did there is, while I was recocking the shotgun, lined up the walker and the thug's heads together for the next shot. If you're fast here, you can hit that, and the zombies will just start reaching you. You can tag them as you make your way out. This way, you don't have to fight the room full of zombies, both in the fire extinguisher room and in the fire room.
Good. Fire's out.
So here's the fire room, the other fire room. The one that has the invisible wall. I go and kill these guys instead of running past them. There's a third body behind me, but that actually is a zombie. A dead body. There's always an ambush walker right here. I call them ambush walkers. They just kind of stand there with no AI until you come near, and then they will heat seek on you. So if you're behind them, they'll still just do a 360 or 180 and grab you. There is a rifle ammo blueprint behind me, but I'm not concerned.
I'm in the
about
comm
that.
station, Colonel. Keep your fingers crossed that the transmitter still works.
I do think about looting the room, but it's too late.
Let me know what happens.
It's important to grab that energy drink.
Briggs? Is this Colonel Briggs?
Briggs is dead. Who's this?
Lieutenant Colonel Sam Hardy sent me. I'm in Henderson with a handful of survivors and we're trying to get the hell off this island.
Look, I'd like to help you, but I can't. Sorry. You'll have to hang tight.
What the hell is wrong with you people? First you abandoned Benoit, now Pal and I.
Benoit? How do you know about Benoit? You say Hardy sent you? Wait a second. You're one of the immune. I met you on the ship. Remember me, Serpo?
Serpo? You're the fuckwit who left us on the ship!
Look, I'm sorry about that. We're trying to help people here. We're working on a vaccine.
Right. And as soon as you find it, you're gonna nuke the bloody island. Oh, mate, you must think I'm thick as a...
Where the hell did you hear that? Nuke the island. Did Hardy tell you that? Because if he did, that's bullshit.
So everyone's lying? Is that right?
Hold on a second.
What? Harlow? Are you positive? Okay, get her. Do it. Just don't let her get away.
Sorry about that. Time's running short. I'm sending you a chopper. What's your location?
Old Town Cinema.
Watch yourself with Hardy. The man cannot be trusted. That chopper's on its way.
You grab that energy drink so that you don't swig it when you're trying to activate the radio. A door actually opens up, and you can leave through that door. I'm going to backtrack.
Colonel, are you there? Guess who I just talked to?
Down to your boy, so I imagine it was Frank Serpo. What did he tell you? You know you can't trust him.
You know, I don't know who to trust. Not anymore, anyway.
I'll see you soon.
I've experimented with this a little bit as well, just like the Kessler situation. You can actually warp out. But I also wanted to let the transmission to Hardy play, letting your character say, hey, I'm a little suspicious of you. But like the Kessler situation, sometimes you just pop in front of the fort, and you never actually warp where you need to. So I go ahead and walk out. I'm sure that there's a predictable pattern to it, but I don't need to find out for the purposes of this exhibition speedrun, where I'm showing you the game, the cutscenes, the dialogue, as well as playing fast.
Serpo is...
I trusted you, Colonel, and you violated that trust.
I had to get you to move, all of you, and the threat of a nuke was the only way, and it worked, didn't it? I got us here after all. I simply did what I had to do.
You should have leveled with me, with all of us.
I'm not trying to make fucking friends, right? I'm trying to get us off this damn island, all of us. And the simple fact is that when Serpo gets here, he's not going to rescue these people. He only wants you. And I'll be damned if I let everyone else die, understand? And that's why we're taking the chopper from him.
Christ, you never stop scheming, do ya? How are we gonna take over that chopper when it doesn't even know where the hell we are?
Getting their attention is the easy part. We just need to burn something on the roof. Something that pumps out a lot of smoke and is easy to control. You worry about that and I'll take care of the rest.
Now, simple. We burn the movies being stored here. They're small and flammable as all hell.
That's a good idea. Especially since it means we won't have to go outside and scavenge for things to burn. But you'll have to convince Jacqueline to let us burn them. Go talk to her.
Sure thing.
We only need a handful of those reels, not all of them. Get those reels to the roof as soon as you can. I don't want to miss the chopper. Tell me when
I don't
you're
think
ready.
you need to
I'll
use the
meet you
threat
up
of a
there.
nuke to lie to the immunes to get them to try to find a way out.
I'm gonna fuck with him.
Do we have...
Jacqueline, I need to ask a favour. A rescue chopper's on its way and we need to burn some of your movies so that it knows where we are.
You can't be serious. Can't we just collect some wood? Cardboard boxes? Many of these are very rare originals.
Look, it's our only option, and we're running out of time. We can't miss that chopper.
You're right. Of course. I'm sorry. I keep thinking in terms of how the world used to be, and not what it's turned into. There are some old genre films in a box. Please, take as many as you need.
I think this would have been better
Thank
served
you,
as a
Jacqueline.
cutscene, because this is not... It's not a huge pain, but it's not fun as a game either, so it loses its role in being in a game. You need to ask yourself, is this mini-game, is this portion fun for the player? This is not fun. I'm not saying it was a horrible experience or anything, I'm just saying it has no purpose. And I was wrong, now there's one more upgrade. So, on my 3 Perno runs, I kind of tested which one was faster, I timed it. Throwing both boxes at the same time is the fastest way to do it. Running with the box, 1 at a time or 2 at a time, is not fast. And throwing the box 1 at a time up the stairs and going is not fast. And running up the stairs is not fast either. I'm sorry, running up the stairs 1 box at a time. Actually, no, I did say that. That was the second one. You can't really carry both at the same time. Unless you're just like walking with it and dropping it. In this case, I kind of mess up here. I don't throw one of the boxes far enough, and it falls back down the stairs. But yeah, does this look like it's a fun part of the game to you? Again, I am not complaining about it. I'm aware that some, especially youngins, right, are gonna think that this is just one. No, this is me reporting that it's a poor gameplay design decision to incorporate something like this. A good design makes sure that even its tasks that you work for are fun. Like in Dying Light, getting experience towards agility, power, and survival, getting experience points, that's a good activity. You are working for something, and it's entertaining to do it.
I hope it works.
You kind of have to stay in that vicinity, right next to those reels, for a little while until your guy finishes talking. If you already run off, the next section doesn't trigger. The enemies out here, they change. In the beginning, it's a ram and a bunch of walkers. Once you clear it out, it's not much.
You're dead, mate.
Just a couple, maybe a couple walkers.
We need something to distract them.
Just waiting for that one.
They're able to turn them on, and with some luck, the sound will draw those things away from here.
And during the fire,
Stay here.
this particular side quest where you have to light the reels on fire, bunch of infected. Be ready for that. Here's some poor pistol play.
I used to see a lot of concerts here.
I don't even think I killed that one. but it doesn't matter too much.
Shit, the CD player's empty. I need to find something
Again,
to play.
if they were standing up, they'd be easier targets for me. I wouldn't be shooting at the one on the right, for example, just to check that he was down. To keep things fair, like so it doesn't look like I'm abusing this infected don't stand up mechanic.
There we go. What the fuck is this?
Oh, it's working, and a whole shitload of them are heading your way. Watch your ass.
What kind of fucking tripe is this? Ah, my fucking ears are bleeding!
Hey, we can see the helicopter. Here he comes. Get back here.
After this cutscene ends, you get ambushed by a walker immediately, so I would suggest walking somewhere while it fades in and out.
Hey, we're here!
We're here to take you home. Prepare for evacuation. Please, line up. The immune first. The others need to step aside.
Hey, what are you waiting for?
I outrank you, officer, and I am ordering you to let those people on. Sorry, sir. I have my orders. First the immune.
And then the rest of you.
Cut the crap. You take these people right now or you get none of us.
I told you this would happen. I'm getting on. Sir, take one more step and I have no choice but to open fire.
Why are you doing this?
Drop your weapon.
Lower your weapon, now!
Get off the ladder, sir.
Don't you threaten us!
You will answer for your actions, soldier.
Land, now, or we shoot you down!
Put it down or you die!
This is my last warning, sir. I have my orders.
Hide in this shack. Quick, move.
Yeah, you can kind of hear that walker. So I'm walking forward. He doesn't grapple me. Oh, and during the cutscene, I looked at the guy and I wrote for myself. It's a really nice guy, if I say so myself. Kind of thought about it for like game facts or something. Anyways, throwing crates at the top took me 70 seconds. Carrying one crate at a time took me 110 seconds, and throwing one crate at a time took me 115 seconds. That means like grabbing one crate and just chucking it, running to that same crate and chucking it some more, leaving the second crate in the stock. Now, DPS is damage per second. That's like how that takes into account how much your damage your weapon does and how fast it can swing. Axes may have lower DPS for some faster weapon compared to, like, you know, the sugarcane knife or something. But the axe has a higher damage per swing. The cane just swings faster, so it does more DPS, more damage per second. When you are a weapon throwing user like me, you care more about the actual weapon damage, because you're not going to be throwing. Your throwing is not limited by how many times you can swing it. It's limited by basically how much damage does it do in that one throw. So here's a section where you can see me using the auto adjust for the iron sights. I'll look down this iron sights here, and it'll kind of home in on one of the zombies. If you're doing this, you know, if you're repeating what I'm doing, you also need to keep an eye on the mini-map, because eventually they will come up on you. So I'm watching that as I take down these guys. I'm looking for skulls that are heading towards me instead. Enemies not getting up turns out to be another issue for me up here doing this kind of stuff. Alright, so let's talk about some of my multiplayer experiences. I only managed to co-op with 2 people. The first guy I co-oped with, I found him on the Steam forum saying like, hey, I want to play. I friended a couple other people, but one decided not to friend me back for whatever reason, even though he said he'll add anybody. And the second, he just never got around to joining me. And somehow he was managing to play while connected to Steam, like he's on the friend list, with the original 1.0 version of Dead Island Riptide. I don't really like the friend system with Steam, actually. Maybe it's because I'm reading too much in the term friend, but friending strangers always seems a little bit odd to me. I think that's probably a common thing you'll find among older players, is the idea of a friend actually being someone you know. Anyway, so the guy I friended off the forum, he turned out to be a pretty useful ally. He stuck with me, he listened to me. He played straight. He didn't like try to, you know, throw grenades at me or anything. The second guy I managed to finally team up with. I'm going to explain finally in a bit here. He would always try to shoot these canisters next to me for no reason. I'd lose like 30,000 cash. Because as a firearm user, I didn't really, and because I knew what I was doing, I didn't really spend much on upgrades. I would just get the next level, get the next gun, or whatever. So I had plenty of money. You know, until I would run into people like this, I guess, and they would kill me, and I would lose 10% of my cash. Even if there's no zombies, he would just try to pop me with it. So I joined him, I think during the military base section, maybe, because I was looking to get an upgrade to one of my guns or something. Basically, I wanted the purple weapon reward. That's why I was trying to join some of these people, is to replay that section and get an upgrade that matches my level. So when we got to the end, I went ahead and quit because I didn't want to be taken back. I didn't want to start my progress over at the beach at the very beginning of the game. That's what happens when you beat a game, is it starts you at a new game with your character. That may have hampered his ability to get Dream Team, but considering he was constantly trying to kill me, that is on him. He did not earn my loyalty. Everybody else, they would be like kicking me from the game. Well, it would be like 1 or 2 people in the lobby or whatever you call it in the game proper, and they would kick me, or it would be like one guy playing by himself and he'd kick me. That's just a little ridiculous. I can totally understand wanting to play single player. I am doing single player right now. In fact, I set it to single player. You see, that's what you do. If you don't want people joining your game, don't waste their time and your time dealing with it. Turn off the slots. Even if you want to play with just one friend, you can close the other slots so that nobody can join and only your friend can join. In fact, you can set it so that only friends can join, not random strangers like me. That happened in Dead Island 1 as well. You would waste time trying to find a match. You'd get into a match, you know, you'd get ready to do some co-op. Maybe you needed help, maybe you wanted to help somebody. Maybe you're just looking to goof around. Whatever the reason is, you're looking to do some co-op, and you get people who start complaining, cussing, doing whatever. It's just not appropriate. So yeah, if you're looking to do single player, here's a little tip. Set up the single player. I've got absolutely nothing against you if you want, you don't want me on your team. That is cool. When I played the game for the first time, I wanted to do it alone as well, you know. And when I'm writing this guide on my Perna playthroughs, I made sure it was single player also, so that I could stop, type up, what I experienced and a good way to circumnavigate those problems, a potential theory on how to speedrun that section, that's the hard stop, and do all that. Those are totally good reasons why you'd want to do it single player. It's actually thinking about it. This is kind of the reason why I generally just play single player stuff. Is people online generally suck, and I'm aware of the awkwardness saying that for a video I'm going to post online. That may even alienate some people who are watching. But in my experience, people are not as friendly as they would be if, for example, you were with them personally. I'll just leave that as a general statement. I'm not too much worried about running out of bullets here. I mean, I've got plenty of weapons. I've taken care of my arsenal. I've got a good shotgun. I've got a fresh heavy pistol. It's purple and upgraded, I think. I've definitely got my pride shotgun, which is my pride and joy. They are kind of lag, and I end up not running forward so that I can give them the kick. Totally unnecessary, but hey, he grappled me, he deserved. He had it coming. If you're ever hard up on money, you could always loot this area too. Especially the rocket launcher in the middle where Logan is right now. It's worth 2,000 bucks. Now that I got some more shotgun bullets, I can go ahead and keep using it. As for shooting down the helicopter and shooting Hardy, I think it was totally stupid that Serpo would kill Hardy. And so maybe he was worried that Hardy and his group would take over the helicopter, and so that's why he refused to let people on. But when you want the immunes, you want them to come with you. You need them to board. If you're not landing to force them on, you need them to board of their own volition. So either wait for them to get on before springing a trap, or just play it straight with them. You can always do something else later if you really needed to, but don't create a villain who does bad things which are totally nonsensical. It made no sense for him to open fire on the immunes team, even if it's just Hardy, because the immunes were obviously a little bit on edge. It'd be unlikely that angle they'd be able to shoot the helicopter pilot since they're under it. Hardy was climbing helicopter, so he's under the helicopter. So shooting it with a rocket, fine. It doesn't matter too much because even if you did kill the pilot, the helicopter is unlikely to make a nice, usable landing. Since I don't really think Logan, John, Sandy, I don't think any of these characters can repair the helicopter. Wouldn't even know if any of them know how to fly the helicopter. So since the helicopters team proved themselves hostile to Hardy's team, I can see why they would open fire. I'm not sure that would be my first choice, but I can understand it since if they're, and here's an issue of me trying to kill this guy who refuses to stand up. Which, as you can see, is just eating up more time as I try to hit him.
For a second there, I thought we were going to actually get the hell out of
So many good friends here.
So you're teleported into the shelter, and you have to wait for Trevor to acknowledge you before you can continue. So I swing the door open to get it ready.
We should head back to my cinema.
And now what?
I still have
That
some
chopper was
supplies,
our
and
only
if we
hope.
rustle them, we can survive for a while.
Serpo's not going to escape from me.
Yeah, it's worth a try. I can always try and patch up the chopper. Hell, maybe Serpo knows another way off the island. Maybe we should follow that chopper.
Sure.
I think it crashed somewhere near the old fort. Just follow the smoke.
Alright, so I'm gonna do a cool trick in a moment here once I clear out enough inventory to grab the katana that I dropped. That's the quest reward. That's what happens to your quest rewards if your inventory is full, it drops.
Any luck in finding that chopper?
Okay, so you can't go back into the cinema because of that giant tank to the left. So what you're expected to do is climb down the ladder, go back through the water, and fight your way through all the drowned to get back to the stairwell.
God damn it! I knew
Where the fountain is. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drop down, side jump, and enter the auditorium. This is where I killed the thug and freed Jacqueline. I noticed that there's some huge frame rate issues here, so I end up pausing it or restarting Fraps, transferring the destination drive of the recording. I transferred to the C drive at this point. It was all recording on D up until now. I still have room, but I don't know for sure if that would help. Now this area is pretty much pacified. So in addition to that shortcut that I did, where I bypassed all the drowned and wading through the water, I also... There's a hospital right up ahead. I turned that into a warp point. To do that, you go inside, and then you walk far enough in to get a checkpoint. A guy will talk to you, confirming that you've reached your checkpoint. If you want, you can just run up to the map, or run up to the door, or whatever. You just need to take a few steps forward. If you go inside and immediately turn around, you do not get the fast travel option for this hospital. There's the checkpoint, spin around and leave. Now again, the purpose of that was so that I can warp here later. I understand that if some of you who are unused to speedruns, you may think that I'm missing a lot of the game. No, I have 100% of the game by this point, and I know all of these tricks through repeated run-throughs that I played and tweaked and refined. I'm presenting you my current best run-through. I probably make it even faster and cut all the dialogue and cutscenes in an actual speedrun attempt, but this is also for my presentation to you, rather than just a speedrun contest entry. Now, I tried this jump, but again, I'm going to blame Fraps on it. I don't jump as far as I would like. You can actually just scale that umbrella and keep moving forward.
Break your other arm.
Up ahead is a slightly dangerous part. There is a random special infected, or no infected at all. What I mean is, it could be a ram or it could be a screamer. In this case, I'm lucky. I don't get anything, so I can just keep moving on. There's a shop to my left where I just ran past. That you should check that out if you're looking for sniper rifles. There's two kinds. There's a bolt action, single shot, you have to reload after every shot, and then there's another sniper rifle that has 5 bullets in it. You'll generally encounter 2 infected on your way here, if there's not one in front of this door right here. it'll generally be in the alleyway that I just ran past. You'll want to be careful about using your gun around this area, because you hear that? That's a screamer right above me. Now she's gonna be chasing me, but I'm just gonna go ahead and run away. In this case, I'm gonna show you the screamer chasing me, but she doesn't chase me too far once I leave her sight. There, that's her right there. Here's another instance where Fraps really messes me up. Normally this is not difficult at all. I would just run straight through, but that one zombie almost kills me. I get away and I'm fine, but still, I've never been caught like that before. It's just walking. There was no tricks to it or anything. It's just walking past them. So normally by the end of that radio transmission, I'm sitting on top of this blood.
Put eyes on some tracks. I'll let you know what I find.
Waiting for the transmission to end so I can interact with the blood. You have to touch the blood first. But you can't touch the blood until your guy shuts up. And then once you've touched the blood, you can interact with the door once he finishes his next radio transmission. There's a hooligan shotgun mod here, right in front of you. But I don't need that for this playthrough, so I'm going to run past that and go downstairs. I have to trigger that before I can go on, even though that is a blocked pass.
Need to look for another way in.
I've realized I missed the medkit, but it's not too important because I'll be coming back this way, so I'm not that worried about it. I think I've probably used maybe 2 medkits by this point, I don't know. I should have at least 3 more. Probably 4 more. I completely messed that up. I don't get anybody. The infected are just sort of hiding right there. They didn't actually come out till later. That one's an ambush walker, poorly positioned. He won't do anything until you get near him. Around this corner there's going to be an explosive canister. Just pop it. You'll take out the infected and at least stun 2 walkers. Here's another ambush walker. I'd never actually kicked her through the corner like that before, but it's good to know it works. If you don't at least hit the one by the door, right here, he will grab you when you open this door. Because of the time it takes you to open the door. That canister is the one I was looking for. I always kind of forget where it is, so I kind of swept through the room like that. Again, I'm not there to kill the zombies, I'm there to keep moving. Here's what I'm particularly like. I like that setup. I kill both infected in that intersection really fast. Both sets of infected. That's another mod right there that we don't need. I have all the mods we need. The goal of that little line...
Where's Frank Serpo?
I don't know. We crashed and those things were all around us.
How did you get here? Did he bring you?
What? Fuck no. That bastard doesn't think about anyone but himself. He was halfway here before I even got out of the wreckage. He shot the other pilot, left him behind to distract the infected. I barely made it. Fuck, listen to me. When you find him, you kill him. Understand? Kill him.
Damn you, Serpo.
That goal of that line is you manage to pull the mouse backwards to begin the oscillating the rocking line. It'll initiate its back and forth movement, and when you push the mouse back forward, your character will ram into the door. If that line is meshed in the middle, you knock the door down immediately. Otherwise, you do damage roughly equivalent to how close you are to the middle. So if you do it really far from the middle, like just immediately or poorly timed or on purpose, it may take you more than 3 failed bashes to knock open. You get it right, then you knock it open immediately. In the original Dead Island, I don't know if I've mentioned this yet. Oh, here's another jump. It's a small touch, but I kind of like it. Right there. Run up the stairs just so that direct line. Anyways, in Dead Island 1, the game was guilty of placing suiciders where you would have a poor response time for it. I understand it's kind of crafty on their part. I said crafty, but it's also kind of crappy on their part. Like there would be a suicider behind a bashable door. You could react fast enough to get away, though. It wasn't that bad, because your character's locked in some sort of animation. So you have that time to think.
You killed Hardy, which makes you a dead man walking, mate. Fucking dead man walking!
Oh, please. You're worried about that fucking idiot? Jesus Christ. Listen, it's better him than you. Am I right?
You used me like a lab rat, Serpo. A fucking lab rat!
Take a look around. Do you really think this shit is gonna sort itself out? Jesus, it's all on the line, you understand? All of it!
You're calling for another chopper, you understand? Because if you don't, your ass is dead!
Another chopper? You fucking kidding me? You don't have a fucking clue what's really happening here, do you?
Goodbye, Serpo.
Just take a look at yourself. The rage. Fury, it's building up inside you. Yeah, it's getting harder to control, isn't it? Yeah, and worst of all, it's always there, waiting to come out. Even if you do manage to escape, then what?
How do you know what's happening to me?
Harlow, it's the same as you. You didn't know that, did you? Yeah, she went to the quarantine zone, was planning on using a boat to escape. We caught her. She's trying to steal a bunch of data from the lab. Fucking bitch. She really thought she was gonna get away with it, too.
Get away with what? She was gonna turn that info over to the WHO, blow the lid off this place.
The World Health Organization? Really? Look, she is nothing more than a garden variety fucking terrorist. She was gonna take the virus, and she was gonna take the vaccine, sell it to whoever backed a truckload of money up to her door.
There's a vaccine? Where is it?
She's got it. And if you want it, you're gonna have to go and get it. She's not gonna give it up willingly, though. I can guarantee you that. Yeah, it's worth a shitload of money to her. You're gonna have to kill her.
We'll settle up sooner or later, Serpo. You have my word on that. Hey, I'm at the fort. Looks like a great place to hide out. Come on over.
This is probably the shortest chapter that's going to come up.
Do we have a
Chapter
plan,
12,
or are we
Dead
just
Town.
right into the shit sight unseen?
We should check the docks. See if there's
I
a boat
left
down
some
there.
things in her
I
life.
don't want those things to kill me. Please, don't let them.
You're just gonna leave Serpo here?
I have to leave Serpo here, and I need you to watch him. He's still bloody dangerous, so be ready in case he tries anything.
Don't worry, I'll stay on top of him. And if he decides to fuck with me, he'll learn right quick that I can fuck with him as well. Ready to go down there?
Absolutely.
If Serpo thinks Harlow's going to use a ship to escape, that means there's still one docked somewhere in the quarantine zone. Once you're in there, look for it. It could be our only way out of this. Don't forget about... that shit.
You guys,
If it's there,
all of you,
need
watch
to find
Circle.
it.
I need my book from my clinic.
I just sort of But let's say that there's at least 8 people here to watch Serpo. You guys take care of that. I'll trust you guys to watch that while I continue solving all of your problems.
I'm not surprised you came back. Lord only knows what you saw in there. I think this is the end for all of us.
Fuck it. How much worse can the quarantine...
Okay, so I fast traveled to the hospital that I created as a fast travel point earlier.
Come closer. Let me take a look at you.
I spin around thinking I'm going to be at the door, but no, I'm at the map. That makes sense, but I was just confused momentarily. Alright, so there's 2 quarantine zone gates. Now, if you played Dead Island 1, you remember that the quarantine zone was it had infinitely spawning infected, and they'd keep running at you. Sometimes they'd be on fire, and they'd still keep running at you. There'd be a lot of infected, and it'd be infinite. They'd run at you in little groups. Anyways, there's 2... Oh, I'll get back to that later. There's 2 gates to the quarantine zone. The one next to the bulldozer is the one I need. Unfortunately, the game doesn't expect you to come from this direction, so I need to head to the far one first. Kind of make the jump, not as well as I would hope, but there it is. I have a pretty good accuracy rate on making that jump, but it's not perfect. So when it comes time...
There's a large crowd of them behind the first gate. I don't have enough ammo.
Second's probably the same. Go check it out anyway. Maybe you'll figure out a way to get in.
If it comes time for me to do a real speed run with, you know, all the trimmings, I might still fail that jump.
There's a huge crowd by the second gate too. Wait, there's a bulldozer. I'll try ramming down the gate.
Bulldozer? Wait, someone's got a better plan. Tell him. Yes, you can make the bulldozer even more deadly. Load it with something flammable. Fuel canisters, maybe. Make sure it gets past the gate and light it up.
Well, that sounds like a crazy fucking plan. Let's give it a try.
I had to wait for the dialogue to finish before I could pick these up. You do want to think about those 2 zombies I just shot when you're doing this section yourself. You can do it without, but I had some time to kill, as it were. Anyways, yeah, I practiced that umbrella jump quite a bit. Not like, 16 times or anything, but I practiced it enough to where I felt confident I could do it, but then I screwed up in front of you guys. Sometimes there'll be bad guys behind you. That's why I look over there every now and then. Generally, it'll be an infected, raising the alarm, essentially. It's pretty rare. I think it's only happened like once in my 8 or 9 or 10 playthroughs. This side is the side you need to be on to trigger the bulldozer. So I'll have to run back around. And you'll be wherever you are at the end of the cutscene. So if I run away from the bulldozer, that's where I'll be at the end of the cutscene. That's why you'll see me basically kissing the gate as soon as I trigger the bulldozer.
The IED's almost ready, but I'm thinking 4 canisters might be too few.
Don't overdo it. 4 canisters is enough. You don't want to blow yourself up, too.
Heads up! Setting it off. Well, that takes care of that then.
I like that I can see the zombie that's going to be in the alleyway I'm looking at. Sometimes there's not a zombie there, but I can see him at this case.
Getting better.
I don't know if he's always there. It's just I just happened to notice him during this playthrough. I didn't really need to pick up those rockets. At this point, I'm in such a hurry that I decide I'm not going to look through my guide for stuff. I figure I probably don't even need to look at my guide, so I kind of take a little bit of time to briefly glance at the description and then make a decision. And yeah, I could have probably leveled up my firearms skill, or at least get a little bit more XP if I'd gotten that firearms weapon skill training earlier. But keep in mind that I only had 2 levels after maxing that out left to go. So I would have been levels 35 to... Oh no, let's see here. I think I'm 38 now as a level. So it would be 36 when I maxed it and 33 when I start getting it.
Used to have a girlfriend that lived around here. God knows what happened to her.
So that wouldn't really be a lot of XP. It'd be different if it was like from the beginning of the game, but that's not the case here. So I start making some noise here because I want to lure the screamer. Since you're pretty much safe up here. And look around to make sure that there's no zombies to my side, because sometimes they run to your side. And then I deal with the ones in front. I'm not worried about the ones in front because there's extra barricades. This is my detox rifle. This is my baby. The green number indicates poison damage, and the screamer is now vomiting. She's basically incapacitated. Unfortunately, I did not finish her fast enough. Alright, sometimes there's a thug here, sometimes there's not, but there's pretty much always a special wrestler and a ram.
They didn't know what they were up against.
And you cannot run through this fire, it just damages you and you run into an invisible wall. So what I'm doing here is I'm kind of making sure that the wrestler and the ram take that path as I run around. Because this right there would be a kind of a tight squeeze if you had to deal with the ram and the wrestler. Grab the rifle ammo as I fly over. Never tried that before, but I never had those guys that close to me as I was running over. Okay, so we are on chapter 13. That was another side jump. That was me getting propelled backwards by the objects on the floor. This game has some weird ways of making your character move around.
Die, for Christ's sake!
Try to reach through the bars and grab the medkit, but I'm not going to stop long enough to grab it, so I'm not too concerned. This room is secure. The room in front of me is not, the one I'm entering. Unfortunately, I really mess up in this room. I do what I can to recover, but I lost some time on that. If I wasn't in fury, I'd grab the shotgun shells on that corner that I looked at. One thing you want to be careful is that there's a screamer in this file, and I'm pretty sure one of those zombies was about to throw a weapon. I think the one in brown shirt. Not the one in green that's in front. Alright, so I hear a zombie really close to me, so what I do is I start walking forward to get away from that zombie. The problem is, now I can't jump backwards when I fail to kill the screamer, and death. That clicking you hear is the flashlight spazzing out. So I'm a little annoyed at this part that I could not dodge away from the screamer like I always do. She just bludgeoned me to death. Or clawed me to death or whatever. that's the guy I think blocked me. I kick him for good measure. So that's why I went to Detox Rifle. It stuns all my enemies. This next section is a little bit dangerous. So the procedure I came up with, I mean, I can deal with it. It's a ram. I can deal with it. But I want to be able to deal with it fast. So my method is to run past, get smacked, hit this checkpoint, that flag I just reached, and load checkpoint. Bam, I'm in the next area. Cool thing, or weird thing, is that if I start backtracking, if I go up the stairs, the monsters will start respawning in. I'm not sure if this is like a different map or what, but like they literally start popping in right next to you. But they don't if you're sitting around or anything, only as you start passing by. Alright, there's those infected, they'll always be there. But infected always kind of scream when they see you, so that gives you time to respond. I wanted to get in that hall to get away from the walkers, and I was going to deal with infected in that hallway. Long story short, I always intended to kill them. I just wanted to get duck in the hall first. This took a surprise. I mean, this is the first time a wrestler was not poisoned. Normally he's poisoned without me having to reload like that. I just need to stun everybody. I don't need to actually kill them.
Stop working.
If you fall this down this height, you actually get hurt.
Fuck me. This place is huge. Looks like someone ripped it a new asshole. Ah, what a bloody mess.
But just use the side jump as you fall and you'll be okay.
Well, these poor bastards don't look like they were infected. Hell, their bodies are still warm.
So there's a couple things you need to investigate before you're allowed access to the next room.
According to those logs, the first part of the equipment was shipped here weeks before the outbreak. Fuck me, they had this all planned out. They'd unleash the virus and then sit back and watch what happened. These must be the people the antidote was tested on.
Alright, so I like to do the looting when I search the second item.
Harlow, just wait! You don't have to do this!
I have to! It's gone too far now!
Try to control it. I know you can do it.
I'm trying! But all this never should have happened! Help me destroy it! Bury it! All of it! We can't let them use it anymore! We can't let them do what they did to Pal and I! Not again!
What are you saying?
They did this! The outbreak on Pal and I, it was them, to test their bioweapons. And the mutagen, it will destroy us all! You won't be able to control it. It will control you!
But we can use the antidote.
Don't you understand? There is no antidote! They caught me when I tried to sneak in here. They tested the mutagen on me, not knowing what it would do. They didn't know I was immune like you. Look what it turned me into! I killed them all! We won't be able to stop it! That's why we have to destroy it, before it destroys everything!
Harlow, we can control it. We can escape off this bloody island and get help.
There is no help! We can't escape! None of us can! We're too dangerous! We can never leave this island. Ever!
Harlow, don't!
You start off aiming a little bit to her right. So I try crouching and healing immediately as the screen fades in. She's already defeated.
If you don't back off, I'll take the mutagen. Then there will be no stopping me. If this is the price I need to pay in order to save the world, I pay it freely.
Harlow, have you gone completely insane? Bloody hell. She's gonna turn into one of those mutant freaks.
I feel that they're trying to make her like a sympathetic antagonist, but she just comes out of left field as being the final bad guy, and I have no problems killing her. No problems as in like no personality, mental, emotional state issues dealing with her. I don't feel sorry. I just making sure she doesn't chainsaw me to death. Jin was also that way in the first game. They try to make her someone you're sympathetic for,
Jesus
but
Christ,
I
she's lost her mind.
basically cheered when she died. I'm bringing this up because they repeat this in Dying Light. This problem of making a character that I think you're supposed to feel bad for, and it's probably just because I'm not a nice person, I guess. But I don't feel sorry for her. Not for Harlow, not for Jen. So I can't defeat her here. That's one of the other reasons to have the detox.
How much of that shit did she take?
So what you need to do is you need to basically dodge her until the red flag appears to take the mutagen. I failed jumping over the rail earlier, so I had to wait to get it.
Just one shot. Once you do it, at least it better. I won't let it control me. Harlow's wrong. You're such a bloody fool, Harlow. You damned yourself for nothing. I'm a bloody monster. Now try and stop me.
As this fight proceeds, some monsters spawn around the room and in the hallway in the back. There were some zombies in the back, but some literally just pop in, including the Screamer. Right here, the Screamer, she pops in on the stairs. So yeah, the walkers and stuff, they do break through, but the bosses weren't there before. It only matters if you're like hugging the door, waiting for your fury to kick in, or waiting for the door to open. Ultimately, it doesn't matter too much because you'll pretty much waste everything with your fury load here. Harlow drops a orange level 25 chainsaw. It can easily be replaced by a better white chainsaw from the horror set.
What have you done to me? Look around you. Don't you see? You leave this island and the whole world will look like this. You are the angel of death.
Well, Harlow, maybe you shouldn't have pressured them into setting the mutagen into themselves. I understand her reasoning. You know, she felt that it was not safe enough for them to leave.
I'm sorry, Harlow. I didn't want it to come to this. But you gave me no choice.
Waiting for the door to let me through.
Time to find that bloody ship.
You can pretty much run past everything at this point. There is one ambush walker that I will kind of deal with, and a wrestler at the end, but nothing major. You fight these guys, the wrestler will be here, but he'll have trouble fitting through this doorway. That's the ambush walker. I thought about setting some mines down here, or not jumping over the fence until zombies had followed me. You'll see why in a second.
You killed Harlow, right? Now, are you positive she's dead?
Why did you do it? Bloody bastard!
What did you expect? That we tested in London or New York? Come on, don't be naive. We had to get information, data about how the virus mutates, how it evolves, if it's possible to control it. You can only do so much of that in the lab.
You're fucking insane!
We can discuss the morality of the situation later. For now, I have a ship and a medical team standing by. All of their equipment is state-of-the-art. Once we're on board, you have my word that we'll do whatever it takes to treat you.
Fuck you, right? Already found the cutter.
I know you took a mutagen. I can see it plain as day.
And that's why. Somehow Serpo escapes the tower full of people, goes through the building full of zombies, and the quarantine zone to get here. Now, obviously this means he's a badass, right? He can take down zombies with just his glasses. Makes sense. Here I'm just showing my final list of items. Just, you know, give you a sense of scale and how little I've done. I had a lot more medkits than I realized. For some reason it pops back at the top, the search bar.
You can't leave me here! You fucking freaks! Get back here, you fucking freaks!
Now, since Serpo made it all the way here, he can handle these guys.
You don't know what you're doing!
Or maybe not. So by entering the boat, it starts New Game Plus mode. That's terminology for carrying your stats over from the beginning of the game, or to the beginning of the game. So my character, level 40, with all his items and skills, will reappear on the beach with Harlow as if nothing had happened. Now, all the people I didn't interact with, the zombies are now sieging them. If I did all their quests, the zombies would still siege them. So this cutscene is the same no matter what. Looks like this lady, she went back to the cinema. This ram, he's gonna step on something that belongs to Chima. That kitty thing. Next time you watch any Dead Island Riptide video, that's on her waist. So apparently it's there. Although, if you look carefully, she's carrying it after she leaves the cinema. She's carrying it when she's in Fort Henderson.
Thank you for coming back for us. I am so very sorry. I lost faith in you.
How are you feeling?
A-okay, Doc. Never better.
I have a little headache, but otherwise I'm perfectly fine.
This Serpo.
Yeah. He won't be bothering us anymore.
What about Harlow?
We couldn't help her.
Yeah, she decided to stay.
So these are the only 3 people you take with you besides the immune. The doctor, who I barely talked to. Trevor, who was kind of the leader of the non-immune survivors. And Chima, the big whiny person who likes to cook.
Authorities in Banoi and Palanai report that the crisis is over. Life is slowly returning to normal as rescue crews clean up the aftermath of the monsoon that swept through the archipelago. All travel to and from the region is still prohibited as the rescue operation continues. Rumors of a possible plague outbreak have been discredited as international relief organizations continue to assess the situation.
So anyways, that is Riptide. I believe that it is indeed superior to Dead Island, the original. I mean, you would hope it would, but sometimes no. There are enough modifications that have been made that shows that the people in charge of this game learned from their Dead Island mistakes. Dead Island, I liked it. The original, I liked it. There were some issues, and Riptide worked on those issues. So the next video I plan on doing is going to be a critique on Dying Light and comparing it to Riptide. I still might not end up doing it. It might be too inflammatory. It might be too out of scope for me to handle. I spent a lot more time on Riptide than I really wanted to, but I wanted to get this speedrun out to show that I can play a game proficiently. That once I'm not a blind playthrough, I can show you all the advantages I pick up. Now, all those people that died, or I'm assuming they all died, all the people that died, because as I said, it doesn't matter if you did their side quests or not, they still meet the same fate. An interesting thing to think about is, if Hardy was so tirelessly trying to save everybody and not leave anybody behind, even going so far as to say there's a nuke, you have to think about the mindset of the team as they move through these towns. Like Halai Village. You know, he's already told you there's a nuke coming. Do you take everybody out of Halai Village? No, you leave them there. You leave them to get nuked, even if there is no nuke. Your characters don't know that. The makeshift hospital, the colony there, you don't do anything to try to take them with you. Even when you discover a boat, even after you blow open the quarantine zone, for some reason there were some issues with the credits here. I guess perhaps I was just getting a little bit tired because this is towards the end of that particular segment. And I didn't want to try to hit escape here to refresh it. Fortunately, it pans out, it smooths out later.
Cut your head off, you leave your motherfuckers dead. I got a zombie army, and you can't harm me. You bitch. Drink blood like a vampire without warning. You bitch.
So I hope you enjoyed that speedrun of the game. I obviously skipped a lot of things, and for some people that might be infuriating, but again, it's a speedrun. I don't care that I missed that mod. I intentionally didn't go and pick up that mod because it would slow you down. Your character would stop. He would come to a complete stop as he picked it up, and then you'd have to pick up your character's running momentum again. I have one character with all the blueprints already. I have another character with all the collectibles. So I'm not really concerned about that. By this point, I've completed a save file for every character. I have essentially eaten all the meat out of this game and then taken the marrow out as well. So this was my final run through. I may, depending how early or how quickly I get this new computer assembled, run through it one more time for a true speedrun with no cutscenes, no dialogue, just, you know, mashing spacebar through all that, mashing enter to accept the quest as fast as possible, that kind of stuff. I don't know how much it'll shave off, but I think that's what I would need to get it uploaded to some places like Speed Demo Archive, I think. I looked at their site, a little bit confusing to me because I've never submitted anything. I don't socialize on forums. I'm kind of out of touch when it comes to certain parts of technology. I don't know anything about Tumblr or Twitter or Twitch. But I'm trying to learn that stuff. I do know games though. So I'm hoping I'll be able to submit something to Speed Demo Archive and have that maybe even do more than just Riptide, you know, down the road. Do other games in a speedrun fashion. I really respect speedrunners who, you know, because they have to take the time to research what they're doing. They can't just play and hope it works out. Well, I guess they could, but that speedrun would quickly become obsolete by someone who realized that what things can be trimmed. For example, the exact number of experience points you need to obtain a level, that gives you an essential perk that helps you bypass an obstacle, that kind of stuff. So when you're doing your own speedruns, you need to consider the cost of getting all those extra things and how much time it actually saves you or penalizes you for. For example, in my original guide to myself, I wrote down like dead zones so that I could get all the team levels in just as few dead zone runs as possible. So that I could get a hooligan gun mod. That's what I like to do. I like to put the fire mod on the pistol so that if you hit anything with a detox, which is the toxin, it poisons the enemy, if you light them on fire with your pistol, or any weapon, it could be any weapon really, they will suffer a great deal of damage. So I wouldn't have had that problem with the Screamer towards the end that I did. But you can also do that with like a Molotov, so it's not that huge of a deal. It's a nice thing though. If you were to, you know, create an in-game arsenal, that'd probably be how I would do it. Detox rifle, Pride shotgun, hooligan pistol. I haven't actually watched a lot of Let's Players. I've kind of glanced around a little bit. I know I'm not a fun guy to listen to. And a lot of Let's Players, they are entertaining in their enthusiasm. I don't think I expressed that enthusiasm to you through my voice. So the best thing I can hope for to keep you interested here is to show you gameplay, minimizing my mess ups. That's not to say that people who mess up in games are bad or anything. I think there's humor value available in that, which is why I went ahead and just left these failures in here. It's not like I would edit them out or run it again without those failures. Alright, so this is version 1.4.1.1.13. This is the latest version for this, and that's my final playthrough. 3 hours, 46 minutes, and 9 seconds. And that has been Dead Island Riptide. Thank you very much for watching.